Hello everyone who's just coming in. We're just going to give it another minute or so before we start. I can see the numbers of participants climbing up, so we'll probably start in about one minute. Okay, we've just crept over 100, so I think we'll make a start. My name's Peter Hopkinson, Professor of Circular Economy at the University of Exeter, and it's my pleasure to welcome you from wherever you are in the UK or in the world today. And some of you may have been with us over the past 3 days when we've seen and heard from the launch of the individual centres. We're going to hear a little bit more about the 5 centres shortly, but today is to introduce you to the whole programme and to the work of the Circular Economy Hub and some of the cross-programme themes and collaboration that is going to take place over the next 3.5 years. So just a little bit of housekeeping. The event is being recorded, so if you don't want to be visible or seen, please switch off your camera. The whole event will be recorded and subsequently will be placed on the Circular Economy CE Hub website. If you want to tweet, there is a hashtag that's in the chat box. A couple of other small housekeeping points. There is a survey that we would really like you to complete during this session or during the day at some point. This is a really important survey for the Hub and the programme as a whole, because it's allowing us to hear your feedback and your views about what you want and what you need from the programme. And so, you know, please help us with that. We will also hear later about the launch of a feasibility study. That's a chunk of money that has been made available through the Hub for people who are not currently engaged in any of the centres or the work of the Hub, which will enable you to bid for pots of money to do feasibility work. So that will launch on the 8th of June, but Fiona and others are going to talk about that in due course. If you have any problems, technical problems, use the chat box and Paul or Becky are on hand to help you with that. We'll deal with it offline. So we've got a jam-packed day. We've got some fantastic speakers. We've got a pre-recorded interview with Ellen MacArthur shortly. But first and foremost, I'd like to welcome our first speaker on behalf of the University of Exeter, Professor David Allen, who's the Pro Vice Chancellor and Executive Dean of the Business School. So David, over to you.
Thank you, Peter. I'm here to welcome everyone, all of you, to the University of Exeter and the University of Exeter Business School. It's a privilege and an honor for us to be able to host this event and to be the host of the UKRI CE Hub. This actually all started about 10 years ago, right? When Peter and others, right, began doing really serious work in circular economy. I didn't know anything about this until Peter appeared on my horizon, and then Fiona, and we were able to bring both of them here to do the amazing work that they're doing. Circular economy is a social, economic, and scientific movement, right, about regenerative economics and the regenerative use of materials. Right? It's absolutely essential for us to meet the climate challenges, and all of you here, all of you are participating in this have an absolutely important role to play. Just a few things. Overall, the program that's been put together through UKRI and the CE Hub includes 34 universities, 64 senior researchers, 42 ECRs, and more than 60 PhD students. I know this because Fiona gave me the data yesterday so that I could say it all to you. The NICER program is an extraordinary moment in circular economy, academic affairs, and I have absolute confidence in Peter, Fiona, and everyone who's involved to make sure this is an absolutely wonderful and important event. This leads into G7, COP26, and all the fantastic work that you are doing. I'd like to spend time telling you about everything else that we're doing in the environment and in circular economy, but I won't. You'll hear about that during the day. But I just wanted to be able to welcome you all here and tell you how excited I am that you're joining us. And the 3 days that have preceded and today are absolutely essential to moving things forward with the circular economy. So good luck on the day. And I look forward to being able to support Peter, Fiona, the UKRC Hub, and all the rest of the work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David, and much appreciated. And we know that each of the institutions represented in the centres have provided fantastic support to the consortia. So this is a really important collaborative UKRI research community initiative from the UK. So without further ado, what we're going to do next is see a pre-recorded interview that Fiona and I had with Ellen MacArthur last week. She would have loved to have been here live, but she's got a heavy schedule working on some films for their own summit, which is taking place in mid-June. So we're going to listen to a short interview, about 10 to 12 minutes. So over to you, Paul, and hit the play button. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the launch of the National Interdisciplinary Circular Economy Research Programme. And it's a great pleasure today to welcome and introduce Dame Ellen MacArthur. And we've got a number of questions and discussion points that Ellen's going to help us with today. So I'm going to kick off with the first question to you, Ellen. Now, it might be difficult to believe, but there may be some people out there who've never heard of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So could you just give us a little sense of the work of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation over the past 10 years, some of the progress that you've made and some of the highlights?
Thanks, Peter. So the foundation's been in existence for just over 10 years, and it's been the most phenomenal journey. Our goal is to accelerate the transition to a circular economy. And 10 years ago, we began by saying we would work in the areas of education, business, and looking at working with governments, because we realized that in order to transition to a circular economy, the only way you can do that is if you change the system. So you can't just do that with business. You can't just do that with education, and you can't just do that with policy through working with government. And I think that's a real key here, especially around the activities of the NICER program. Collaboration has to be right at the forefront. So 10 years ago, we launched with that focus. We were a very small team of people. We're now a team of over 180 people based all over the world. We have programs which run in education. We work with higher education institutes all over the world. We work with businesses, and we have what we call systemic initiatives, where we actually take a global material flow and we switch it from that straight linear line to one which is circular, which is obviously an incredibly complex process. To do that, you work with suppliers, you work with businesses, you work with policy governments to try to make that line shift towards the circle. And it's incredibly complex, but we've learned a lot about how to actually enact systemic change. And again, that comes down to collaboration. You cannot do it without collaboration. You know, the biggest company in the world can't become circular without collaboration, and that's often collaboration with their biggest competitors. And I think that's a really interesting window to enter the circular economy from, because there are some great circular examples, but to do it on your own is almost impossible. So in order to create a circular country like the UK, which is obviously the goal of the NICER program, it really does need to bring everyone together. You need to bring people's heads together, and you need to change the entire system, which involves the entire country and the many different elements of it.
Great. Okay. And I mean, if we just wind forward 10 years from when you first started. So here we are today, as you say, at the launch of the NICER program. and there's a large number of universities, industry partners and other organisations engaged in the NICER programme, and today we hope that many more will join us. So you've given us a bit of an example there of the need for collaboration. Can you perhaps give us a little bit of a flavour of how the academic community engages, and can you give us some idea of the successes? What are the ingredients of success around collaboration?
So I'll give you a non-academic example first, and then I'll go into the academic side. So when we set about looking at the plastic packaging flows globally, we couldn't find the data that looked to the whole of the world. So we set aside a lot of time with McKinsey, and we did a global analysis of where plastic packaging comes from and goes to, and the findings were quite horrific. But we did that in collaboration with many businesses and several governments around the world, and it led into the new plastics economy work, and now the global commitment, which is a joint commitment with the United Nations Environment Programme. Now, within that, we now have 25%, over 25% of the global plastic packaging industry signed up to that. And there are also many on-the-ground programmes within countries, they packed around plastic, to actually unravel this on the ground. So this has now become something which universities and research are involved in very heavily, looking for new materials and different business models. There are many companies globally focused on this, working out how they can transition from that linear plastic flow to that circular plastic flow, and what needs to be designed out, both business model wise and material wise. And then you also have the policy space that sits around that. So that's grown from nothing 5 years ago to being a now international pact involving people all over the world. The global commitment involving businesses all around the world. Finance institutions are heavily involved. We've taken an idea into something which is truly interdisciplinary and has a massive element of collaboration. Within the higher education space, we've seen something similar. We had several links with universities when we launched, very, very, very early days. Now we've seen enormous growth in universities, taking up the idea of the circular economy, and actually particularly in the UK. Within the UK, there have been 12 circular economy centres open in the last 4 years, which is, for us, absolutely outstanding. But it's also interesting to see where that circular economy activity is. When we began, it tended to be around business, engineering and design. Now it's way outside that. It's in the behavioral science space. It's in fashion. It sits within finance. There are so many conversations within that learning and research environment, looking in and digging deeper into circular economy. And part of that is the pull from business, because the skills are required to rethink the system. And part of that is the pull from individuals who are looking for a more resilient economy, something that really works in the long term. So from our perspective, the UK really is at the forefront of circular economy further education activity.
Great. Well, we're going to come on to some of those points in some other questions. I'm going to hand over to Fiona for a couple of questions now.
Great. Thanks, Peter. And thanks, Helen. I think building on your previous answer around how it's really important to engage and inspire lots of different stakeholders across the community, including academics, government, industry, and wider society. I think the Ellen MacArthur Foundation has been really successful at doing this, and this is one of the challenges that we'll have to address as the NICER programme. I just wondered if you could tell us a little bit about how you have managed to maintain that kind of crisp messaging and fantastic communication.
I think for me, the top line of all of that is the circular economy is a massive opportunity. It's an economic opportunity. It's a design opportunity. It's an opportunity to build a resilient economy in the long term. It's all about what we can do, not what we can't. So from our perspective, that almost sits at the top. Of course, there's the linear to the circular, the take, make, dispose, which turns into that circular regenerative system. But that in itself is a massive opportunity. And then the second thing would be to be really careful with the messaging. It's so easy, and I've done this many times. You drift off into the management consultant speak that we've used in some of the economic reports, and actually a lot of people can be missed off that understanding of circular economy. Circular economy is it's an approach to the way the global economy works. It's looking at that materials backbone and making those materials cycle. This is a very broad opportunity. This is about rethinking business models just as much as rethinking the materials that fit in the system. It's about the design, it's about the distribution, it's about the value chains, it's everything. And trying to keep that as simple as possible for the audiences that it's intended is actually very challenging, but really, really important. Simple, crisp messaging around circularity.
Brilliant, thank you. And then building on that, there are many different schools of thought and perspectives that are associated with the circular economy, spanning from the view that it's just about waste and recycling, the topic of degrowth, resource efficiency, and then all the way through to that really important systems change, as you mentioned. And I just wondered if you've got any advice for us as we navigate through those differing schools of thought.
I think it's really important to keep looking at the big picture, or if you're looking at the big picture, focus in on something specific within the system. So you're kind of doing the microscope, the macroscope, the microscope, the macroscope. Otherwise, you can kind of lose your way in a bit with circular economy. We found with the plastics as an example that we've worked towards a circular economy for plastics with the new plastics economy work we've been doing now for many years. And it would be very quick to jump to the conclusion, this is about recycling plastic. Of course, the recycling of plastic is absolutely part of a circular economy, but it's about building an economy that runs in the long term. So part of it is distribution models. Part of it is business models that enable people to have access to products, perhaps without plastic at all. Maybe it's a different material that's created to fit within the biosphere, so it regenerates natural capital and helps to rebuild biodiversity loss. There are many different elements that sit within this, and that's why it's so important to keep looking out. It's not just recycling infrastructure that's going to solve this. Yes, we absolutely need that recycling infrastructure, particularly in emerging markets, else we're never going to build that circular economy. There's got to be many other elements, though, that are focused on upstream innovation, the innovation in materials, the innovation in business models, the innovation in design. And we don't have many of these answers. These are new products, new distribution models, new ways to get products to people. So you have to kind of look at the big picture and then hone in on the details, and then look back at the big picture. And that example is just plastic packaging. It could be food and farming. It could be the jeans redesign project and keeping fashion within a system through Make Fashion Circular. There are so many different ways you can look at circular economy. You can take one material stream or one sector and hone right in on it, but you have to keep looking back out at the bigger picture and look at how this can be brought forward. And I guess a great example would be when you look at a washing machine as an example. Today, we buy a washing machine, we pay tax, we have it in our house, we own all the materials within it. At the end of its life, it's a problem, it's broken, it's a real pain. You generally can't get anyone to fix it. So you end up getting it to the landfill site where you pay tax again through landfill tax. Within a circular economy, of course, you would design a different machine because you design it to be repairable, you design it to be upgradable. When we bought it, we wouldn't buy it. We'd join a contract, so we'd pay per wash. So actually we don't own it, nor do we own the materials within it. So that changes the design of the product, it changes the financing of the product, it changes the business model that gets the product to us, and it changes all the distribution and the movement of these products. So actually, just through redesigning a washing machine, which you could do tomorrow, doesn't solve the problem, because we'd still buy that redesigned washing machine, and when it broke, we probably wouldn't know what to do with it. So you have to change all the elements of the system, and that's where the interdisciplinary nature of circular economy is so, so important.
Great. And I'm going to come with a follow-on question there, Ellen. So, and you focused in on business models and distribution and supply chain. So I'm going to ask you a question about your work with business leaders. So you speak regularly to many of the chief executives and senior executives and managers of many of the world's largest corporates, as well as many other leading organizations. So over the past 10 years, how has that conversation evolved, and what's your view about the work of circular economy in the future and its relevance to business leadership?
I think circular economy is the future of business. We cannot continue to squeeze more profit out of a linear system in the long term. I mean, that's something that cannot be argued with. We have finite resources in a world with a growing world population, so things have to change. And I think everybody initially, when we began those conversations, really did realize that. If you challenge the chief exec to say, where will your business be in 10 years? Where will your business be in 20 years? Actually, a lot didn't have the answers as to what it would look like if it was working as well as it possibly could. And that's what circular economy is you're decoupling economic growth from resource constraints. So you're building a system which is regenerative and restorative. So I would say the early conversations were about challenging the idea of a linear system. And in many ways, it's common sense that linear can't work in the long term. That conversation now has moved on stratospherically. I mean, we were having conversations with individuals. Now we're having conversations with multiple chief execs from some of the biggest competitors in the world on the same call, talking about that systemic change which has to happen to make that sector circular. And that's really important, is they now realize this is not just about what they do within their business. Of course, that's vital. They're building that circular system within to their business's infrastructure, within their supply chains, their value chains. Everything has to change, but they can't do it on their own. Take plastic packaging. Coke can't do it on their own. Pepsi can't do it on their own. There needs to be a common understanding of what that circular economy for plastics looks like, so the infrastructure can follow, so the infrastructure can be put in place to make that system work. And that's really, really interesting. That's become a very different conversation with those most senior people from that where we were challenging the linear model 10 years ago. Now we know the linear model doesn't work in the long term. We understand what circular can look like. It's about what levers we need to pull to put that into practice and linking in the right people to make that happen.
Okay, great. And I'm going to switch now from big to small. So small and medium-sized enterprises. So part of the NICER program and a large part of your work is working with many different types of organizations, many of them startups, innovation companies, and as I say, small and medium-sized companies. So can you just tell us about the importance of those companies in your work and in the circular economy, and what are some of the ways in which you try to work with those organizations?
Well, right from the beginning, we've had a real thirst for finding circular activity. And sometimes you find that within a huge organization. Actually, most commonly, we were finding it in the small organizations, the SMEs, these small companies that had really different ideas to run things in a different way, with different materials, to look at distribution in a different way, to look at the sourcing of products in a different way. It's been really, really interesting. I mean, over this 10-year journey, there are 6 SMEs that we've identified in the past and had many conversations with, and they've joined our network. And they're all valued now at over $1 billion. So that shows the speed of change of a good idea. And it's not just the SMEs in isolation, but it's the SMEs working with the big corporates. It's often, take a peel, for example, it's a material it's a natural material that covers fruit and vegetables, which keeps it fresh for longer. It's basically a plastic replacement, but it's entirely natural. So you eat it, it's just on the product. Now that's now valued at over $1 billion. Of course, they can only exist through collaboration. They need to collaborate with the buyers of the products to keep them fresh longer so the packaging can change. So you need all of these multi-level conversations. That's why those SMEs are so important, because actually for a huge organization, an incumbent, if you like, who's been working in a linear way for many years, their chief exec might have the most circular dreams for that business and the most circular ambitions. It takes time to turn that ship, even with the best decision makers in the right place. When it comes to a SME, they can kick off like that in a circular way with a great idea. It's very challenging, but it's almost easier in a way to start with that clean sheet of paper. And that's what many of them are doing. And that's why it's absolutely essential for them to have the support that they need and for policy to help them where it can.
Brilliant, thank you. And I mean, it's been fantastic to talk to you about some of the work that you've been doing over the last 10 years. And I think certainly the NICER programme wouldn't have the head start that it has without the foundation. I just wondered if you could finish off by thinking about kind of what your plans are for the next 2 and 3 years. What are your priorities? And what would you like to see from the NICER programme over the next 4 years?
Thanks, Fiona. I think the most important objective is to elevate that circular economy conversation across the country from the NICER program's perspective. What we need to do is elevate the conversation. It's make those policy suggestions. It's collaborating in a way that makes those the right suggestions and can really help to steer the economy towards that regenerative, restorative future that we're all hoping for. And I think from the foundation's perspective, we have a network of businesses and organizations right around the world, including here, obviously in the UK, particularly when it comes to higher education. We are in that same space. The conversation needs to be elevated further. There are some amazing case studies. There are some great examples, and there are some superb systemic initiatives that we're working on. Food and Cities, Make Fashion Circular, the New Plastics Economy. There's a massive conversation going on globally now around financing the circular economy and measuring the circular economy. These are all topics we're working on very hard and very fast. But ultimately, it's about elevating that conversation. And I would say we're on exactly the same journey from that point of view. We need to take the conversation to the next level. We need to make this as real as we possibly can. And most importantly, we need to do it as fast as possible.
Great, thanks, Ellen, even though you're not here live. So I think that's really helpful to set the scene for the day, and to hear a bit about the work of the foundation, but to place it in the context of the NICER programme. So what we're going to do now, we're going to move into a panel session. Some of you may have been involved in the launches earlier in the week, and recordings of those launches will be made available subsequently. So if you want more detail about individual centres, then you'll be able to find those on the CE Hub website. But what we're going to do now is hear from a short 3-minute presentation from individual directors of the 5 centres. But before that, we're going to have a short presentation firstly from Lucy Martin, Deputy Director for Cross-Council Programmes from UKRI, who are the funder for the programme. And then after that, we're going to pass over to Associate Professor Fiona Charnley, who's the co-director of the Circular Economy Hub, and she's going to give an overview, a very short overview of the CE Hub and place the workshops that we're running subsequently in a context. So Lucy, can I invite you? Okay.
Yes, thanks, Peter. And it's a pleasure to join you all this morning, and to celebrate the launch of the NICER programme. So as Peter mentioned, I'm Deputy Director within EPSRC, within UK Research and Innovation, and I'm involved in the NICER programme, which is actually a collaborative programme across the entirety of UK Research and Innovation. And I think before I begin, I just want to say the interview there with Dame Ellen MacArthur, I think we couldn't have planned this better if we tried, given the way that we framed the programme, the things I'm going to talk about. And really, I think what's needed for the circular economy is certainly what we're striving to achieve through NICER. So it's an exciting, I think, start of a phase of the research and development programmes that are going to be underway. So if we can move to the first slide, please, just so that everyone understands sort of the breadth of this programme. So UK Research and Innovation brings together 9 pre-existing organisations that are now one single organisation that includes all of the research councils that span every research discipline, Innovate UK and Research England as well. And this programme itself, given the interdisciplinary nature of circular economy, involves 6 of the parts of UKRI there, which we've highlighted on the screen. And that is really reflective of the fact that this is really needing a whole systems approach, as Ellen has mentioned, thinking about all the different features of the system where a circular economy needs to consider and intervene, and really bringing together all of the scientific disciplines that can really offer and help develop solutions for this. So I think the other thing is timeliness of this programme. There's a lot of policy and strategy from a UK government perspective that's really raising the profile of the need to really clean up our environment. And the whole aspiration through the government's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, and for many of the strategies that have emerged over the past 12 months as we look to grow the economy following the pandemic, is actually focused on how we can do that in an environmentally friendly way. How do we improve our resource consumption and use to benefit the environment? How do we boost biodiversity and improve the natural environment, but also how do we decarbonise as well? And circular economy and resource efficiency has a huge role to play across all of that agenda, as we've just heard from Dame Ellen as well. So it's very timely, and I think one of the things I just wanted to mention is how high a priority this is for UK research and innovation overall. So one of our major ambitions as an organisation as we go forward is really to ensure that through the research and innovation and skills and infrastructure that we invest in the UK, that they help us to protect and improve the health of our natural environment for the long term, while securing economic prosperity from that. And this is why it's critical that with programmes such as Circular Economy, we're really bringing together government, business, researchers, charities, everyone that has a role to play really within this agenda and to really drive change. And a key component of our ambition there is circular economy and enabling us to shift to a resource efficient economy by generating resources, products and energy in sustainable ways. And the NICER programme is a key component of how we are taking that forward. But the other things I just wanted to mention, because I think really I'd summarise the activities we have underway across this year within 3 categories. One is it is about investing in research and innovation and really catalysing the partnerships that need to happen to really drive this area forward. But the second is also about us as an organisation within UK Research and Innovation and making sure that we improve our environmental sustainability as well, and generally how the environmental sustainability of the research and innovation that we support too. And on the right hand side there, those are some of the commitments that we've published mid last year within our organisational environmental sustainability plan. So those are targets that we've set ourselves, including for our organisation to get to net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2040 for the parts of our emissions that we're directly responsible for. And the third element there, and I think it was also mentioned in the last conversation, is the importance of this year actually globally in enabling us to move forward to actually start to act and make major change in decarbonisation and environmental sustainability. And therefore we've got a major focus as UKRI this year in how we engage with, support and build a legacy from COP26, as the UK is hosting COP26 in Glasgow in November. So if we focus in a bit on circular economy, I think just to reinforce the point that this touches on so many sort of global needs and aims, both including how we decarbonise and how we get to net zero. And the picture on the left there is an extract from the Committee for Climate Change's net zero report, which actually lays out the importance of resource efficiency, waste reduction and circularity as part of that transition to net zero. But also it's incredibly important to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as well. And in particular, obviously, the goal 12, which is about responsible consumption and production. But given the whole systems nature of circular economy, it does touch on many of the other sustainable development goals as well. So it's a hugely important agenda internationally. And that's one of the reasons why the NICER programme is so important as well. So just to focus in, and I think given the presentations we're going to have next and the panel discussion is going to focus in on some of the particular work of each of the centres, I thought I'd just leave you with the role of the NICER programme within this. So as we've recognised here, this is a huge interdisciplinary challenge. Therefore, the NICER programme is designed to be interdisciplinary, to be wide-reaching, to bring the research and innovation community together with an aim of accelerating understanding and solutions and really providing national leadership. I think that's critical based on what Ellen just discussed in the fact that we've got to raise the profile of circular economy. And that's a huge contribution that the NICER programme can provide. And obviously knowledge exchange and engaging all of the stakeholders that need to be involved to really drive the systems level change that we need to improve our circularity. The intention is for it to be inclusive and bring a diverse range of perspectives and stakeholders to really do this across sectors and across disciplines. And just to focus in on the small and medium enterprise role as well, we are going to be launching 2 collaborative R&D competitions within the programme, which is intended for small and medium enterprises to work on projects aligned to the scope of the centres that we've invested in, to really ensure that there's business impact and that there's an opportunity to really accelerate the impact of the work that's ongoing. The first competition is expected to open in October 2021, and Amy Peace, who's actually with us this morning, is actually going to be leading that, but on behalf of Innovate UK. So please, if you've got any questions, direct them at Amy, and I'm certain she'll be happy to discuss them with you. And the other feature is policy influence. As we've recognised, engagement with government is critical, and therefore it's excellent within this programme that we're working directly with DEFRA and BEIS, and through DEFRA into other government departments as well, to really make this across a pan-UK activity. So I'm just going to leave it there and say thank you, and I hope you find the rest of the session incredibly interesting, and it's a pleasure to kick off the NICER programme officially. So thank you.
Thanks, Lucy. So we're going to move on next to hear from Fiona about the work of the Circular Economy Hub.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks, Lucy. It's really fantastic to see the commitment from UKRI to circular economy that spans well beyond the NICER programme and how it complements the overall vision for sustainable development across UKRI and the significant opportunity to influence future investments going forwards. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about the role of the programme as a whole, and also the role of the hub in terms of bringing together the programme and those important cross-cutting elements. So the National Interdisciplinary Circular Economy Research Programme is the largest UKRI investment to date that focuses on accelerating and upscaling circular economy research and innovation. So as you will probably know by now, the £30 million investment is split across 5 national interdisciplinary circular economy research centres, each focusing on a particular resource flow that you will have heard from earlier this week, and also an integrating circular economy of the hub, circular economy hub. And the role of this hub is really to coordinate and to scale and add value to the role of the centres and the programme as a whole. So as Lucy mentioned, the programme also includes £2.5 million worth of Innovate UK funding that focuses on SME research and development that will be announced later on this year. And Amy Peace is joining our SME focused workshop later on this morning. So if you are an SME interested in that fund, then please join that workshop. And as Lucy mentioned, an important aspect of the programme is that it's supported by all UK research councils and has significant involvement from the policy community, including DEFRA, BEIS and other devolved administrations. And we're going to be hearing a bit about that policy work in one of our workshops later on today as well. So the NICER programme is a 4-year programme that was officially started in January this year, and it initially consists of 34 universities, 64 academics, 42 early career researchers and over 60 PhD students. And we have a growing community of industrial partners. And this is just a start, because a key aim of the programme is to grow the circular economy community through a significant programme of outreach and collaboration. And it's our intention that this week has formed the foundations for this community upon which we will continue to build. So, as Lucy has mentioned, the programme presents a significant opportunity for change, and this will only be achieved if all of us work together to identify opportunities for scale and outcomes across value chains, disciplines and sectors. And so the role of the Circular Economy Hub is therefore vital to enable collaborative interdisciplinary working, not only between the 34 universities and numerous individuals that are directly involved in the NICER programme, but also with the academics, industrialists, policymakers, NGOs and citizens that make up the much broader circular economy community. So just touching on the vision for the programme as a whole and the objectives. The objectives of the NICER programme are to accelerate understanding and solutions to enable circularity of specific resource flows, including related waste streams and their uses within different sector contexts. And secondly, the objective is to provide national leadership and to coordinate and drive knowledge exchange across the programme as a whole. And that important relationship to policy, consumers, the third sector and business stakeholders. And then thirdly, to really ensure that the research that's undertaken as part of the programme is embedded with those stakeholders by involving businesses, policymakers, consumers and society at every single step of the programme, including the provision of funding to enable SME involvement. So, whilst Peter and I were developing the vision for the Circular Economy Hub over the last 12 months, we undertook a significant review of the existing funding landscape to identify and learn from complementary grants We also undertook a review of the policy landscape to identify existing priorities and gaps in knowledge, and also a consultation of the wider circular economy community, including an extensive industrial survey to better understand the requirements of this community that's aspiring towards a circular economy for the UK and beyond. And what we found was that there is a huge amount of activity already taking place at a number of different scales related to advancing the implementation of circular economy. However, what we found was much of this is happening in isolation and without a joined up vision of what we want a future UK circular economy to look like, and importantly, how we will measure success. And so through this review, stakeholders told us that there's a need for clear guidance on the definitions, terms, principles and methods that are associated with circular economy implementation. And although an increasing number of case studies exist, there's a real need for case studies across all sectors that are underpinned by scientific evidence and academic rigour, and that these case studies are communicated effectively to enable learning by different audiences throughout our community. Our research also highlighted the need for meaningful engagement and collaboration with all stakeholders across the supply chain, including end users, to ensure that the products, services, systems and solutions that we're going to be developing are co-created and that the benefits are realised across and between material flow value chains. And therefore, as a result of this initial research, we have organised the Circular Economy Hub activity around 5 underpinning pillars. So these 5 pillars underpin the mechanisms and activities that the Circular Economy Hub will lead to meet its objectives and to directly engage with the NICER programme community, which includes the 5 centres directly, but as well as academics, industrialists, NGOs, government policymakers and end users, more broadly. So under the Circular Economy Observatory pillar, the Hub will undertake fundamental research in collaboration with all 5 circular economy centres to develop a national circular economy observatory for the NICER programme. So this will provide a systemic approach to modelling resource flow data to demonstrate resource productivity and to provide that really important evidence to inform industrial and policy decision making and future commitments. And we've already started the development of the observatory via a data cluster, and insights from this work will be presented in the workshop later on this morning on measuring circularity. So secondly, the Hub will also develop a national circular economy knowledge platform to synthesize outputs from the programme and also the wider community. So this will provide a coordinated point of reference for circular economy knowledge, but also communicate this to different audiences and stakeholder groups. And so a key element of this activity is to understand the different perceptions and approaches associated with circular economy research and implementation. And so we will be discussing this work in the framing workshop that's also being held later on this morning. To support the co-creation of the knowledge platform, we need to gain a comprehensive understanding of the requirements of the various audiences and stakeholders that make up this broad circular economy community. And as Peter mentioned in his introduction, we have developed a short survey which we would really encourage you to all complete to ensure that your views and those of your discipline and sector are captured, and that our knowledge platform and our activities can really speak to those different needs and requirements. So alongside our research programme, we'll also be leading an extensive outreach strategy to enable meaningful and inclusive collaboration across the diverse circular economy community, and importantly, as Ellen mentioned, across value chains. So as part of our work on impact and innovation, we'll be coordinating £500,000 to fund feasibility and demonstrator projects, aiming to accelerate the implementation of circular economy. So we're looking to fund innovative, high-risk research that complements the work of the 5 centres and the programme as a whole. We also are looking for studies that are led by or significantly involve early career researchers, and research that's conducted in collaboration with industrial and/or government partnerships. So details of our first call for feasibility studies is now available on the Circular Economy Hub website, and the application process will officially open on the 8th of June. So, as mentioned, the NICER programme includes a large number of early career researchers, including postdoctoral researchers and PhD students, and also early career professionals across our partner organisations. And this presents a huge opportunity to influence the work of the future of the programme. And so we would develop a platform to support these members of our community through circular economy training and mentorship, which will be kicking off in July with the summer school. And under this pillar, we're also working with partners to better understand the skill requirements of a future UK circular economy to inform future investment and training requirements. And the last pillar, and the most important pillar, is that we recognise that diverse teams lead to the delivery of high quality research outcomes. And therefore, a key activity of the Hub is to support the centres in developing an inclusive and accessible circular economy community that is really empowered to engage in meaningful collaboration and to facilitate long-lasting relationships that extend way beyond the 4 years of the programme. So many of today's workshops have been designed to initiate this activity with sessions aimed at different parts of the community. So this morning, in addition to the measuring circularity and framing workshops that I mentioned, we have a session which focuses on the circular economy challenges and opportunities facing SMEs, and another workshop which focuses on lessons learned from those cities and regions who have developed circular economy roadmaps. And then this afternoon, we have a workshop focused on circular economy policy priorities, another that explores how to effectively engage citizens in circular economy research and implementation, and finally a session being led by the KTN on 30 ideas to kickstart your circular economy business. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Fiona. So I'm just going to hand over now to the 5 centres, and I'm not going to come back on screen, but I'm just going to mention the names. We're going to be led off by Sharon Bowley, then by Francis Wall, Julia Stegman, then Jin Juan, and then Brian Cantor, and then we'll come back into a panel discussion. So do please put your questions for discussion into the chat box during these 5 short presentations. Over to you, Sharon.
Thanks, Peter. So the Textile Circularity Centre is focused on the resource flow of bio-waste. That's cellulose from wheat straw, the biological fraction of municipal solid waste and post-consumer textiles, to propose a circular textiles economy for the UK SME fashion apparel industry that's underpinned by innovations in materials and product manufacturing, access to circular materials through supply chain design, and consumer experience design. We're a human-centered design-led undertaking, and hence this is our headline message. We are taking a systems approach that involves processes and stakeholders in the transformation of the resource flow from waste to end user consumption in order to create a coupling between the resource flow and well-being. That's environmental, economic and human, as a way to address the objectives of the circular economy. So our system design is underpinned by a programme of research, which is comprised of 3 interconnected research strands. That's material circularity, circular supply chain, and consumer experience. And our system, so using lab-proven biotechnology, we will transform our resource flow into renewable polymers, fibers, and flexible textile materials. We will innovate advanced manufacturing techniques that link biorefining of organic waste with 3D weaving, robotics, additive manufacturing, and circular design to produce textiles for apparel. We will design a transparent supply chain through industrial symbiosis and investigate technologies that will enable this supply chain. And apparel brands will access our supply chain through our digital materials platform. And we will develop an in-store configurator and novel, effective and creative technologies to engage consumers in digitally immersive experiences and services that amplify couplings between the resource flow, human well-being and satisfaction. We are a highly interdisciplinary team of researchers, and we have partners across all of the system design, from industry, NGOs, charities, citizens and user groups, and local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So over to the next centre, which is something a bit different. So I'm Frances Wall, and I'm going to introduce you to the Technology Metals Centre. So here we're talking about the very specialist metals that we need throughout the whole economy, especially in clean technologies and digital technologies. So the headline ones you'll see in the news at the moment, like lithium and cobalt for batteries and rare earth for direct drive motors. So these are metals mined in relatively small quantities around the world. So sometimes they can be at risk of supply disruption, but they're absolutely vital if we want to meet our net zero targets. So in this circular economy centre, we have the need to reduce our materials footprint, just like everybody else in the programme, but we also have a compelling need to bring more of these flows into the UK and into the world generally, you know, up to several hundred times what we're using at the moment to make some of these new technologies. So that's a rather distinct challenge for us. And so this is the first time really that we've been able to bring this group together. So that's the first thing. We've got our interdisciplinary group of chemists, social scientists, engineers, geologists, and brought business specialists, I must remember to say here today, and brought them all together to focus on this problem, which I guess is quite a new problem with these new materials. So hopefully we can get this right from the start. And what we need to do is, first of all, find out where these materials are in the UK. And so we're setting up a virtual data observatory in collaboration with the Hub. We've already done the design sprint for that, and we're very interested to talk to people who would like to give input to that as project partners and collaborators with us. And this is an interdisciplinary theme 1, and it moves to picking up outputs from theme 2 and theme 3 to making a technology roadmap. And you can see I've highlighted 2 themes in blue. These are distinct themes. First of all, number 2, the only one I think in our centres that goes right back to primary raw materials. As I said, we need more. We're applying circular economy principles right into the mining and processing stages at stage 1, and starting with a case study right here in the UK in Cornwall. And in theme 3, this is where we're looking at how we recycle better, and particularly how we do the chemistry and materials technology to manufacture better in the first place, so that we can recycle at the very end of life. And then we're putting that together with our business models to come up with a new roadmap in partnership with collaborators in the UK to look at what a new technology metals circular economy system should look like with the UK. And I just want to say for the final phrase that the output of our workshop earlier this week, I think, showed that although we're UK centric in terms of the researchers, and we will move things around between businesses, obviously, in the UK, for these specialist metals, we need to have a very international outlook on what the future circular economy will be. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Julia Stegman. I'm Professor of Environmental Engineering at University College London, and PI and Director with my co-directors Mohammed Osmani from the University of Loughborough and Leon Black from University of Leeds, of the UKRI Interdisciplinary Circular Economy Centre for Mineral-Based Construction Materials, which is a collaboration between investigators representing 25 different disciplines from 7 institutions and 50 government and industry partners. So we chose this resource flow as construction materials are by far the largest material resource flow, and that's true globally as well as in the UK, where we get through them at a rate of more than 500,000 tonnes a day. So construction is well known as one of the drivers of the UK economy. It's responsible for 10% of both UK employment and greenhouse gas emissions, and more than 60% of UK waste generation. So providing leadership and solutions in this sector is critical, as industry and government are both making huge investments in infrastructure and also in modernization of the industry. And a lot of this is around efficiency, and we need to also use the opportunity to embed circularity alongside the 2050 net zero carbon target. So our research program is the whole construction system, which is what you see here in the diagram. Firstly, we'll be characterizing materials flows, which are the arrows in the diagram. and their environmental, economic, and social impacts to enable informed housekeeping for prioritization of interventions and setting of targets. Secondly, we'll be looking at technological innovation and understanding over the whole materials life cycle, which is the boxes in the diagram, to reduce use and impacts of virgin materials and energy. And then we're going to be looking at developing business design, financial and policy tools to enable change. So we see plenty of opportunity for cross-sectoral collaboration in these three challenges. For instance, in understanding materials characterization and data needs as part of a possible national materials data hub, in assessing the environmental, social, and economic impacts, and designing for innovations, materials processing, manufacturing, service life extension, and end-of-life material management. And also in the enabling systems, including business models, eco-design principles, finance and accounting for sustainability, and standards policy and regulation. We're going to have 15 postdoctoral researchers, one working on each of these aspects and collaborating within the center and across the centers and with the hub. So each of the postdocs will conduct academic research to develop understanding method or a method or technology that will also be applied in an industrial case study within a one-year placement. So we're very much open for collaboration with large and small businesses and other academics, and please do get in contact. Thank you. Over to you, Jim.
Thank you, Julia. So my name is Jin Chen from Loughborough University. I'm the PI of the UKRI Interdisciplinary Center for Circular Chemical Economy. So our center focuses on the resources flow of chemicals. Chemicals are so important to our daily life. It forms almost everything around us, from the cell phones, computers, our clothes. When we talk about chemicals, probably can think of like the plastics packaging, but it's also forms the liquid within the plastic bottle, for example, like shampoos, solvents, any liquid form, polymers. So these are the remit of our center. So we are trying to transform the UK's chemical industry's linear supply chain model into a fossil independent, climate positive, and environmentally friendly circular economy. So on the right hand side, you can see a diagram showing our vision. So we're trying to focus on the resources flow of olefin, because olefin is so important. It's a building block for more than 70% of the organic chemicals. So if we can make olefin to be circular, then we can transform the rest of the whole chemical industry to be more sustainable and circular. So we will develop different routes to convert waste into olefins and their complementary feedstock, which definitely need to involve technology innovations. For example, we will develop technology across the TRL level. Some are very close to the market, like combining biological routes with thermochemical routes to convert waste plastics and municipal waste back into those value-added molecules. And we also develop new routes of electrochemical conversions, which we can capture the carbon dioxide from the chemical industry, but also other industrial sectors, and convert those carbon dioxide back into olefins and their complementary feedstock, such as methane, methanol, and syngas. And we will also develop different types of chemical recycling routes, not only converting to olefin, but other ranges of mid-range of molecules that are useful to the chemical supply chain. Technology innovation is definitely important, but our center also focuses on the whole system approach. So when we develop new technologies, we want to integrate them with the wider systems, and also try to better integrate the chemical industry as a whole into the wider cluster. So we will look at system integrations, life cycle assessment, but also social life cycle assessment, trying to look at the social justice aspects during this transition so that we can make sure it is a just transition. And we also look at different non-technical barriers such as finance, business models, public perception, acceptance, and also policy recommendation. So to achieve this, we have formed a very interdisciplinary team from 7 institutions with chemists, chemical engineers, computer scientists, data scientists, but also social scientists. So we are really look forward to collaborate with the wider, within the wider NICER program, such as other centers, but also the wider research community within the UK and internationally. Thank you very much. So that's all from me.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Cantor. I'm a senior advisor at BCAST, Big Research Centre at Brunel University, and I'm also Deputy Director of the UK Interdisciplinary Research Centre for Circular Metals, which is called Circular Metal for short. The metals-based industries in the UK, the metal producing and the metal using industries, employ between 750,000 and 1 million people and contribute about 200 billion to our economy. That's about 10%. It's a very large sector. Most of it, 90% or more, is in 2 metals, aluminium and steel, and it's in 3 major industries. It's in transport, cars, boats, planes, trains. It's in packaging, food cans, beverage cans, spray cans. It's in construction. It's in steel reinforced concrete. It's in aluminium window frames. Now, worldwide and in the UK, that contributes 15% of all that metals-based industries, all greenhouse gas emissions, all use of energy, all pollution, all the other impacts which we want to prevent. We will not reach our global targets for climate change unless we solve the problem of the metals-based industries. It's just not possible. And we can't stop using the metals, so we have to make them circular. Now, they're often not regarded as a major problem because 50% of them are actually recycled. Those impacts are despite the fact we recycle 50%. So how come there's such a problem? Well, we don't recycle the other 50%, and the 50% we do recycle, this is what's shown on the left picture, it mostly goes straight back to the smelter. So we avoid having to the scrap is treated as just another alternative to using ore. So we don't have to mine the ore, but most of the greenhouse gas emission and energy use and so on and so forth is produced in the secondary and tertiary processes. So we have to tighten the circle. We have to remelt rather than resmelt, reshape. We have to reuse, we have to extend the lifetimes, and that'll all have to happen too. So how are we going to do it? Well, the Circular Metal Research Centre is a collaboration of 3 universities, Brunel, Warwick and UCL. We already have about 30 or 40 industrial companies as partners, as major partners, and our ambition is to provide the wherewithal for the UK to become the first country which has a truly circular metal economy. How are we going to do it? Well, the right-hand picture gives that. We've got to do a whole series of different things in an integrated way. We have to have new materials. There's literally thousands of alloy grades being used, each one very, very specific. So we can't easily recycle or remelt or reshape or reuse. So we have to have more generic alloys and materials, and we have to have them more resilient to being reshaped and recycled in those sort of ways. That goes with new product designs, which have to use those new materials and have to be also themselves more capable of being reused and reshaped and so on. That then goes, of course, with new business models. Our companies have to change their business structures. They have to have new supply chains because otherwise it's not going to work. That takes us on to, of course, at the end, we have, at the moment, with our linear arrangements, we have the end consumer is accessing their food or their drink or their transport or their buildings in particular ways which have to change to facilitate that circularity. And in order to do that, in order to achieve it, we have to have macro and economic changes. We have to have government policies which incentivize different behaviours by the public and help the public to come to do that. We have to have new forms of taxation or regulation and so on and so forth. So all of those are being studied collectively. Now we have £4.5 million from UKRI, and we've roughly doubled that by our current industrial partnership, but that's just the beginning. That will nowhere near do what we need to do. We need to build on this. Our job is to build a big community, a big tent activity where everybody can collaborate. Ellen MacArthur said that wonderfully and emphasized that, and so have all the talks so far. We cannot do all that, so we have a big tent. We know that each of the research strands we're starting with will need to become stronger. We need you to come and collaborate on those, and we need you to come and help us set up other programs in other areas which we can't start off with initially. So I finish just by saying, please get in touch with us, www.circularmetal.co.uk. We want to work with you, and we're open for business. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Brian, and thanks to all the speakers. We've got a small amount of time to try and fit in maybe four questions before we take a break. I'll just make sure everybody is come back in to the room. Yeah, we've got Jin, got Francis, Sharon, Brian. Is Fiona there? Lucy, are they there? Okay. Yep, that's Fiona. So there was a question early on from Jonah, which sort of Mike Jordan also sort of reflected on about, are there any similar initiatives anywhere else? And I might direct that to Lucy from a UKRI perspective. And then a question about learning from others internationally. And I think that was directed initially at Francis, but then I might invite one or two of the PIs from the centres to join in. So Lucy, first of all, are there any other programmes like this which are led by research councils that you're aware of?
Thanks, Peter. So on that question, I've got some of my fellow colleagues from UKRI on the line who will be much better placed to talk about the details of other comparable programmes with regards to circular economy. So if I could hand over to Nick Cooper, that would be fantastic, if possible.
Yeah, hi. So I think this is very unique in bringing together all of the stakeholders and to focus specifically on circular economy. So it obviously builds on a wide range of research around areas of resource efficiency and within specific sectors. But I think this is a unique opportunity to bring this together within one package. And I think, as Lucy was saying, we're hoping that this can be the catalyst for future investment in the future.
Great, thanks, Nick. Part of the work that we're doing through the hub is to map the research landscape. Fiona, do you just want to say a bit about that mapping work that we've done so far and how we might broaden that out internationally?
Yeah, sure. So a lot of our initial work looked at grants that were complementary to circular economy, if not working directly under that term, certainly that could inform the work that we're doing. And also we've started mapping that internationally. So obviously the Horizon 2020 programme in Europe has provided us with tons of really relevant research. We're also working internationally to identify national programmes. So later on this morning, we'll be hearing from Laura from Citra, who have led a circular economy roadmap for Finland. And so, and then another session later on this morning in our workshop sessions, which brings together some of those leading authorities. Certainly from an international base, we have someone coming from Envision, Charlotte in the States, to talk about that. So we're certainly looking across that international landscape, and I know some of the centres are particularly looking at that from a supply chain and value chain perspective as well.
Sharon, did you want to just come in as well?
Yeah, just to say that we've so Lauder's Foundation, which is a part of the CNA Foundation, is a partner. We're also talking to the H&M Foundation because this means diversity of supply chain. So thinking about fashion and apparel, if we need, as Ellen MacArthur was saying in her video this morning, it's about cooperation between businesses in a way that we've never seen before, rather than competition. So how can, for example, localized manufacturing work with more globalized manufacturing in a cooperative way? So particularly we're interested in engaging with manufacturing centres in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, East Africa, etc.
Right. Brian, quick comment from you, and then we'll move to the next question.
Yes, the metals producing and using industries are intrinsically highly international, so we have to be international. We had a fantastic response from the companies we dealt with, international companies. They are not seeing this happening in other countries. That's the most important thing to say.
Great. Okay. And there's another question related to that from Susan, which I'll come on to if we've got time. But question I'm going to direct to Francis to start with. It came in from Mike Jordan about how do we avoid reinventing wheels? There's initiatives going on all over the world. So how are you connecting into these international research and applied research initiatives? And maybe Julia and Jin might want to sort of say something about that as well. So Francis, you first.
Okay, so I guess how do the centres overall avoid reinventing the wheel? We all have independent advisory boards who sit there and prevent us doing that very thing. And so certainly for the Metfotech Centre on Technology Metals, we have a board chaired by the Deputy Director of the Critical Materials Institute rather, in the USA. And we have representatives, for example, from the Fraunhofer and other international representatives on that panel. So that should prevent us reinventing the wheel. And then, of course, we're very much out in the international community. So we've presented this nicer initiative to the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, who are looking at materials sustainability. And embedded within our centre as well, we have case studies in places like Malawi and DRC, because we recognise that we have to reach out on the supply chain side and the value chain side very much with these specialist materials. So lots of things going on.
Julia or Jim, did you want to add anything to that? Julia?
Yeah, I mean, I see it very much as sort of circles within circles. So while this is a UK-based initiative, part of our role is to link it to the international circles. And we have this group of associated researchers, some of whom are national and many of whom are international, and are tying their some of their doctoral students who are doing relevant work into our centre as well. And we're also developing proposals under international funding programs such as Horizon Europe. So we very much see it as an international endeavour.
Great. And Jin, do you just a last comment?
Yeah, so just quickly add on what Francis and Julian has said. The centers are very international in horizon. So not only our advisory board, industrial partners, but I would also add our researchers. For example, our early career researchers, research associates are all from different parts of countries. So they bring in the worldwide horizon and the views on the circular economy. So we're trying to make our activity to be unique, but to be complementary to the other major events or initiative around the world.
Right. Okay. With 7 panelists in a very short amount of time and a lot of questions, we're going to miss a few, but I'm going to try and get 2 more questions. And if we just overrun slightly before the break, and just to allow us a bit more airtime. This was from Bob Barnes from the Environment Agency, raises a really important point about you've got to bring everybody along with you, including the public, or what Fiona referred to as the citizens. Can maybe Sharon, I know you've got a really sort of extensive community engagement plan, and maybe Fiona, you can say something as well about the hub's engagement activities, about how we're going to build beyond the usual suspects, the usual circular economy sort of people who we know about, and there's many more people who we need to engage. So Sharon, what are your plans?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we, as I said, that we are a human-centered, design-led undertaking. We're not. This is not just about a material science endeavor. So we are very, through by default with the design is close to users and the citizens, and we want to work with citizens in what's called a citizen science kind of way. And you'll hear this afternoon from Rob Phillips about citizen science methodology. So we want to work with people as research partners, so that we are responsible in our approach to research and innovation, and involve them in design, ideation, and testing. We don't view them as study subjects. They have to be inputting into the research, into the decision making, because ultimately a circular economy depends on all of us, and that's our consumption habits and behaviours.
Brilliant. Fiona, quick comment.
Yeah, thank you. I think referring back to Ellen's comment around kind of making the messaging really clear and simple and in a way demystifying what we mean by circular economy is really important. And this is something that we'll certainly be doing through the knowledge platform. And also, just secondly, I think it's really important the work that we're doing with businesses to help them to better engage with citizens and to enable that co-collaboration. I mean, ultimately, if citizens are provided with more opportunities to select more circular products and services, then that's kind of one way of ensuring that behaviour changes, as Sharon mentioned.
Great. And those who want to talk more about messaging, come to the framing workshop that I'm leading in a few minutes. So I'm going to go one more question. This one's going to be from Susan. Sorry, Andy, I know you've asked a very specific question about metals. Andy Rees will be in the one of the speakers in one of the workshops on measuring circularity. So if you want to follow on with Andy, follow that workshop. But from Susan is really important question. How can the UK create a conducive business environment for the different technologies? And I know, Brian, you've already said something about this, but if we went to Brian, Jin, Julia, Francis, Lucy, leave the last word to Lucy. Okay, so Brian.
Yeah, I have a very strong view, and I think the whole set of centres here is definitely based on this, on the same view. I support the view that UKRI takes, that we cannot make progress without our businesses being part of the solution. So there are people who want to stop, who say, let's stop lots of businesses doing things. We have to find businesses to find a way forward, to find new business models. So that's absolutely critical. Of course, as Ellen MacArthur made very clear, we can't manage without government either to put in place the right organizational structures and incentives to help business to do that. And of course, there have to be the right technological solutions, which are there too. So these all have to work together. I think there's been a sea change in business in the last just couple of years, where most businesses have been in a sort of, we know something's going to happen, but we hope it happens not too soon mode. And in the last couple of years, they've moved to saying, it's going to happen. We need to find a way to be able to transit into a different kind of an economy, a different kind of business model, but we want to do it without going bust in the meantime, and we don't want it to go bust. So there's an enormous desire to do that, and I think we do that by working collectively with them, and they're prepared to do that with their suppliers, with their customers, and with their competitors.
Okay.
Even.
Great, thanks, Brian. I just want to make sure the other centres just get a response in. Francis, anything to add?
No, partners embedded right in the research, Peter, and we've been, apologies to anyone who's written to us and we haven't replied to yet, because we've been really enthused, and thank you very much for everyone who's been keen to take part. And
you'll get more after today and this week, so that's great. Julia?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think I'd echo what Brian says, that business can help by embracing the change that is clearly on the way, and government can provide a stable policy environment, and we can help by providing the evidence for that.
Brilliant. Jin?
Yes, pretty much agree on what Brian, Francis, and Julian said. The business industrial partners are even embedded during the proposal development stage. So the whole idea is co-created with a wider ecosystem.
Great, great. And Lucy, last word to you.
Yeah, I'm echoing everyone else, but I think this is around deep and meaningful partnership and engagement. It's so that the solutions can be co-created as well as the use cases really understood.
Defines a circular
and I think the
solution
SME competition that we're planning as well is a major opportunity to exploit the outcomes that are emerging from the centres. So I think, yeah, a lot of partnership and deep engagement.
And I can't remember, Lucy, whether you said that DEFRA obeys the policy environment in the UK, the regional governments are heavily embedded in this programme, who want to see the connections directly to business, to outcomes, to impact, recognising that some of these changes are long-term, but also recognising that we need to move fast around these materials, carbon, biodiversity agendas. So we'll have to hold it there, or else we'll sort of overrun into lunch, which would be a disaster. So thank you to the leads for all the centres, to Lucy, and to Fiona and to Ellen for her time earlier. So we're going to take a short break now. If you have signed up for a workshop, you'll be automatically placed into that workshop when you come back. If you haven't, just send Paul drop him a note, and you'll be allocated in due course. So we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, welcome back everybody. Any minute now you will be sent to your workshop space. If for any reason you haven't been allocated, just hang around and Paul will direct you. If you end up in a workshop that isn't one that you wanted to be in, then come back into the main room and Paul will send you off to another. So see you in the workshop shortly.
Hi all, for those still in this main central room, the breakouts are now open. There is a button on your command bar which says breakouts, from which you can join the various rooms. That will be the quickest way to get you into a breakout. If not, if you can't see that, please do put the name of the breakout into the chat that you would like to join and we will move you there automatically. Thank you very much. Good morning to those still in the room with us. Just a reminder that everyone else is in breakouts for this next session. You are able to join the breakouts using the button on your command bar. If you're struggling, please you just write the name of the group you'd like to join in the chat and we will move you. Thank you. Hi there, Nicole. Thank you for joining. Have you just joined or were you kicked out of the meeting? I'm not sure if you can hear me, Nicole, but everyone else is in breakouts and we can put you into the breakouts if you let us know where you would like to be. Hi, Nicole. Welcome back to the moment. No. Hi there, Rachel. Thank you for joining the main session. Everyone else is currently in breakouts, and so if you let us know which breakout you would like to join, we can send you there now.
Hi, thanks. I'm just looking at them. Measuring circularity would be good if that's all right.
Of course, we'll send you there now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Phil. I can see you've joined the main session. Do you need help getting into a breakout room, or are you just jumping between? You let us know if we can help at all, Phil. We're happy to move you around into different breakouts or get you back into the circular economy one. Hi there, Angela. Thank you for joining the central room. Everyone is currently in breakouts for a final 10 minutes. If you let us know which one you'd like to join, we can put you there now.
Great. Is everybody back? Paul, is everybody back? Yeah, looks like it. So I think, hope you enjoyed that. We're going to move into lunch, I think, if I can find my notes. So we had a lively discussion in our session, and we'll do some summarising of that when we come into the plenary towards the end of the afternoon. So Fiona, any last words from you before we break? You're going to take over chairing this afternoon.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, other than we are back at 1:15 for our next panel session entitled Designing a Prosperous, Resilient and Inclusive Circular Economy. So have a good lunch.
And just remember to turn your microphone and your camera off unless you want people to see what you're up to or what you're talking about in the background. We have had people on some of our events who were doing their ironing in the background and forgot that they had their cameras on. So no problem if you want to do your ironing, that's great. We're pretty relaxed about these sorts of things. So have a great lunch break and see you soon. Bye.
Hi, Gail. You're muted.
Oh, I'm muted. I hate that I'm still doing it. Nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Where are you currently, Lancaster or?
No, I'm in Rotterdam right now, so just down the road from.
Well, not exactly, because I'm in Manchester.
You in Manchester? That's right. That's right. So I would have been just up the road from you.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, we should do a catch up sometime.
Yeah, it would be nice. So I can find you just on the Rotterdam.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm at Exeter, of course, but yeah, you can send me it through. I'll send you my email and yeah, just send me a message.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if I can get.
Hi, Gail. I'm one of the speakers in the next panel. I just want to check you can hear me okay. I'm Hayatan.
Yes, I can. Actually, you're a tiny bit quiet, but it might have just been my microphone. I've just turned it up a bit.
All right, can you hear me?
Sorry?
Is it still quiet or can you hear okay?
No, you're perfect. You're good now. You're good now. Great to have you on board. And I see Laura's also here.
Yeah, hello. I could also test that you can hear me. I can hear you and see you.
Exactly. And I see Gideon is here. Hello, Gideon.
Hi there. Can you hear and see me okay?
Indeed, I can. Are you on a standing desk?
I am at the moment.
Very good. And I wonder if is Paul here? Not yet. Or Cleona, I'm probably not saying that name right. Am I saying your name right? Cleona?
You are, Gail. Thank you very much. I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. And am I really saying your name right? Or are you just being nice to me?
You're not, I can't even spell my name right. It's Gaelic and I say Cleona, but I do not know how to say it properly. So anyone Irish can correct me. But the true pronunciation is actually very different, but I say Cleona just like you did.
Okay. Okay. So I can go with that.
Yes.
And I'm going to just ask, Hayatan, am I saying your name right?
Yeah, so it's Hayatan, but honestly, that was very close. So I'm very happy with that.
Hayatan. No, I'm trying. So Hayatan. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay. And I see that Paul has now joined us. Hi, Paul. Your name is easy.
My name is very easy. Yes. The second name gets a little more difficult for some people. They normally.
Well, how would you like me to say it?
Long E, Eakins.
I was going to say Eakins, so I was going to say that. Some people say Eakins, or.
Oh, they say Ekins, they say Elkins, they say all sorts of stuff.
Oh, right. Well, my last name is a very politically incorrect white man, and I get lots of different pronunciations and lots of reactions to that name. Luckily, not being a man, I can dodge most of them, but names are funny, indeed funny things.
Great, thank you. So I don't want to interrupt this impromptu networking, which is fantastic, but I'm going to kick off with the afternoon session as it looks like most people are back. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the launch of the UKRI National Interdisciplinary Circular Economy Research Programme. My name is Fiona Charnley, and I am one of the co-directors of the Circular Economy Hub. So we've already had a fantastic morning. And then we've got a really fantastic afternoon lined up for you as well. So just a little bit of housekeeping. So all sessions are being recorded and they will be available after the event through the Circular Economy Hub website, which we'll provide you with the details for. Just also a reminder of the survey that we would like to encourage you to complete. So part of today and the NICER programme is getting to understand the circular economy community and the needs and requirements for enabling change towards a circular economy. So the survey is really to better understand those needs and requirements from a different across our different stakeholder groups. And I think the link to the survey is just being put in the chat now. So while the session is being recorded, if you don't want to be included within that recording, please just keep your camera off. And while we are in the session, if you could keep your microphone on mute as well, that would be fantastic. Brilliant. So I'm now going to move on to our second panel of the day. And I'm really delighted to welcome our chair for the panel, Professor Gail Whiteman. And Gail is a professor of sustainability and, excitingly, founder of Arctic Base Camp at the University of Exeter. So I'm going to hand over to Gail to introduce the session and the speakers. Thank you, Gail.
Oh, thank you so much, Fiona, and hello, everybody. It's a great panel for me to moderate, and I'm lucky to only moderate because that's the easy job. I've got an amazing set of panelists from different countries, not just here from the UK, and honestly, their bios, which I've been reading avidly, are so impressive. I'm deeply humbled to be moderating this session. But the reason why I'm moderating, first of all, I'm a fan of the program, but more importantly, I'm a fan of the topic. You know, this idea of circular economy has been around for some time, you know, early days, cradle to cradle, Michael Braungart, etc. But I think where we are now in terms of the top companies that I talk to is that we're really at a positive tipping point in terms of building and expanding the circular economy. Now, the question for today, though, is how do we actually do that? So how do we design it to make it prosperous, resilient, and inclusive? So I think those three things are definitely where we want to go with this. The circular economy, of course, is more than that. It also can contribute to climate reduction. And we've got a big year with Glasgow and the COP26 happening towards the end. G7 is just around the corner. So I'd like to leave that up to the panelists to really come up with the actual how-to guide. How do we design it? Now, we've got 5 panelists. They're each going to do a 3-minute opening, and I'm going to introduce them one at a time. And I'm delighted to start off with Dr. Hayatan Silem, who is, of course, the CEO of the Royal Academy of Engineering. Incredibly impressive CEO. I just want to start and say a few things about you. Inspiring 50 women in tech. Well, I certainly wish that that was me. It definitely isn't. I'm very bad at tech, but so many more things. You have extensive leadership experience in the UK and internationally, engineering, innovation, diversity, and inclusion. You're the chair of the UK government's innovation expert group, and on it goes. So I'm absolutely delighted to open with you. 3 minutes, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Gail. Well, to my mind, we can't possibly deliver meaningful progress towards our circular economy without considering, and I would say, confronting equality, diversity, and inclusion. One of the premises of circular economy is that, we believe that we can achieve better shared societal and planetary outcomes from our economic activity than typically been the case with our more linear model. So let's hold up the diversity and inclusion lens to think about both how we're going to achieve that shift to circular economy and who's going to benefit from it. There's, of course, an abundance of evidence now that diverse teams and inclusive leadership deliver organizational benefits ranging from creativity and innovation to talent attraction and retention to productivity to product design, health and safety gains. I could go on, but that would be over the top, so I'll stop. But this sits alongside a moral case, which I happen to think is quite compelling in its own right, which says that your personal characteristics, your socioeconomic background, your sexuality, your ethnicity should not in any way inherently limit or constrain your life experience, your access to a career path, your economic opportunity. I don't need to tell this audience that achieving our circular economy is not a trivial thing. It's going to require us to make transformational societal, cultural, mindset, technological policy shifts. So we're going to need our best people, our best teams, contributing to it to give ourselves a fighting chance of achieving it. It requires radical creativity, diversity of thought and experience, the coming together of different disciplines, different professional approaches. So diversity is going to be a necessary characteristic for the teams who are going to help us develop and embrace innovation, whether that's in technologies, engineering, or behavior change, business models, or policy development. And then inclusion is going to be a necessary characteristic of the cultures in which those people are going to be operating if we want to get the best out of the teams, because inclusion simply means that everyone, no matter what their background, their personal characteristics, feels welcome, valued, and able to contribute to the full, Without an inclusive culture, you can never fully realise those potential benefits of diversity. So if that's what we need in terms of D&I to drive progress towards circular economy, let's think just for a minute about the impact side of the equation. So to me, delivering greater equity and inclusivity is a core principle of circular economy, because we're buying into the notion that the fruits of progress and prosperity should be shared. And of course, one of the key drivers for many circular economy advocates is the issue of intergenerational equity, building economic, natural, social capital, which future generations can also share in, build on and benefit from. So where are we today as a community, and what more do we need to do to make sure that D&I are at the heart of our approach? Well, at the start, I used the word confronting diversity and inclusion intentionally. I think we need to start by confronting our diversity deficits as a community of academics, practitioners and policymakers. The circular economy community obviously brings together people from many professions, but in my part of the professional world, engineering, we're in the unacceptable position of still having a UK engineering profession that's only about 12% female, and there are diversity deficits across a whole range of other characteristics. We know that in academia more broadly, there's extensive evidence that Black people and people from ethnic minorities, for example, experience disadvantages, inequality in a myriad of ways, from attainment gaps to students to woeful underrepresentation at senior leadership level. I could go on that, but you get the point. And sadly, lack of diversity and inequality of experience and opportunity apply across so many other groups. And there are myriad examples of the international inequality that exists, where the voices of some countries and some groups within those societies have far more airtime and influence than others. So in summary, we can't achieve a truly circular economy if those driving change don't start to better reflect the society that those efforts are intended to serve. And while diverse voices, diverse teams, operating in inclusive cultures are necessary to deliver that vision of success, we also need to be conscious and conscientious about ensuring that those ultimately translate into more equitable and inclusive outcomes if we're to progress to a circular economy in society. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I could not agree more. The devil will be in the details. So we're going to circle back on that. And I'm going to introduce now our next panelist, Professor Gideon Henderson, Chief Scientific Advisor at DEFRA. He's giving the government a lot of information and policy guidance, and has been a professor of Earth System Science at the University of Oxford. Gideon, over to you.
Thank you very much, Gail, and thank you very much for all involved in the NICER programme. I'd like to start just by making a big up to that programme, really, and saying how important it is and how wonderful it is as a government department to work in really close alignment and proximity with UKRI and programmes such as NICER. As people will know, I think it's a strategic priorities fund programme, and this has been really revolutionary in terms of bringing together government interests in areas where innovation and new thinking is needed, and harnessing the real strength that we have across the UK research base, both in industry and universities, and much more broadly as well. So it's a great endeavour, and I hope we'll get a great deal from it over the years following this launch. So Hayatan led off with comments about diversity and about intergenerational fairness. I'd like to start off with a framing for the importance of the circular economy around the state of the planet and the natural capital that we get from that planet. Natural capital, of course, it has been around as a concept for quite a long time. We recognise that nature is an asset and it provides ecosystem services to us. Most recently, that's been highlighted through government action by the Das Gupta review, published very recently, looking at biodiversity as one component of that natural capital. But natural capital extends much more broadly as well to all aspects of the planet and the way that we interact with it, as well as just through biodiversity. There's broad recognition that we can only deplete that capital a certain amount. We rely on it for the services and that keep us alive as a society. That's one side. The other side, of course, is the waste. If you use too much resource, you deplete natural capital, you also can generate too much waste, and waste itself is a significant problem. You could argue that all waste is bad. Maybe some is not bad. I sometimes like the example of Marmite, which is a waste product from the brewing industry, and that I like Marmite. But even that example is a polarizing one, as we know. It's a love-hate issue. And in general, we hate waste, and it's clearly bad. It pollutes in many ways, including our atmosphere, driving the climate change that's already been mentioned here. So if we want to reduce resource use, novel resource use, and reduce waste, we need to think about it through several lenses, I think. One is consumer demand. We know that all products involve a consumer. Someone must use them, otherwise we wouldn't be making them in the first place. And linked to that is innovation. The fact that innovation is always making new products and new ways of designing products, right from the transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age onwards. We see innovation as driving changes that consumers can benefit from. And that interaction between consumers and innovators happens in the marketplace. And we know that in the marketplace is a place where we get market failures. And sometimes those market failures have particular resonance in this subject area. So in the areas of natural capital depletion and of excess waste production, those are classic market failures. And the situations where we see those market failures are the situations where policy is most needed. And that was the brief for my few minutes of intro here, was to talk about those, the importance of policy. And it really is in addressing some of those market failures where policy is most critical. You can see it in recent government action around plastic, the broad recognition of the damage that single-use plastics are doing in use of resource and in the waste that they generate, and the oceans being a recent example, but only one of many areas where single-use plastics are not beneficial to us. So although there was already consumer interest in moving away from plastics, they're such efficient and useful products, they're difficult to replace in a cost-effective way and difficult to remove from the market. It took government action to do things such as charging for plastic bags, so a financial incentive, or banning things, so a regulatory incentive, to drive some of the change that we see there and to move towards a more innovative landscape in the plastics area. That's one example that we could expand on further. Before I shut up though, and let us get on to other panelists and to questions, I should just mention, of course, that much of the government policy in this area is laid out in a government policy document. In case you haven't looked at that, the document published in 2018 is the Resource and Waste Strategy for UK government, Our Waste, Our Resources, a Strategy for England, published under the previous Secretary of State, but one, Michael Gove, but still very much stating the UK government's policy on resources and waste, and definitely worth a look for those who may not have looked at it. I think I'm out of time, so I won't read out the 8 chapter headings, which I thought I might do as a way of framing the scope of policy in this area. But one that I would pull out in particular, because it's a very current one here, is just to recognise the importance of food waste as one area where the government had a clear desire to see change. And I'm delighted that just last Friday that was represented in G7 communiques, with a really clear endeavour to see international change in how much food waste we generate internationally, and to minimise greenhouse gas removal, make a more efficient food system. Another example of how policy can be very useful. And I'll leave it there, but look forward to questions. Thanks, Gail.
Thank you, Gideon. Again, I think it's a very interesting set of thoughts you've started with in terms of government policy. I agree with all of them except the Marmite example in terms of, I'm not a fan, I didn't grow up with it, and I have to say, I don't know how the UK ever or Australia uses this stuff. But I'd like to move over and outside of the UK. My next panelist is Laura Järvinen. She is the senior lead in the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra, and also has designed the world's first national road map for the circular economy in Finland, of course. So Laura, we're delighted to have you here and to share your thoughts and learning and knowledge in terms of what surely is the world's first. So over to you.
Thank you, Gail, and good afternoon from Finland. So I think that circular economy roadmap can really kickstart the system-wide change. In Finland, the roadmap has proven to be a strong tool in starting a circle change and creating a commitment throughout the society. And today I want to share you 3 key lessons learned from that process. Firstly, context is key. The most important aspect in creating circular economy roadmap is to design solutions that work for a particular context. and keep the country's perspective in mind. Circular solutions make the most of countries' capabilities and resources. To that end, Finland gathered a core working group of 50 change makers from all sectors of society. In addition, hundreds of participants took part via workshops and online commenting. So in that way, we were able to create a shared mindset. We could compile key stakeholders' views on essential changes and actions that are required for the circular transformation. The roadmap outlines the measures to which Finnish state administration, municipalities, and businesses have committed themselves. Secondly, cooperation is a requirement for the progress, because winning solutions are simply not created using the old top-down method, but rather by demanding a diverse cooperation. Expertise from government, business, academia, civil society, and the public are all needed for change to take root and grow. So therefore, it's important to invest in dialogue in different ways. And also, cooperation across borders is very important. And thirdly, it's important to invest in education, because systems-wide change is not possible without a major investment in education. Professionals, experts, and decision makers will play a decisive role in building a new future. And the principles and practices of circular economy will affect almost every job. Therefore, plenty of new skills are required. And knowing the importance of education, Finland has taken nationally significant steps in teaching and education, where circular economy has been integrated into all levels of education. Since 2017, the circular economy teaching has established itself as a permanent part of teaching offered in Finland. So to conclude, the importance of adapting and scaling up existing solutions, investing in a participatory process where people are working together, and investing in education. These three factors, sparked by the roadmap, have been the key ingredients of Finland's transition towards circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, so much. And certainly we're going to dive back down a little bit deeper into the lessons you've learned. And I'm personally very interested in seeing how you organized and maintained your champions within Finland across sectors. I think that's easier said than done, and we definitely want to know more. Our next panelist is Cleona Howie. She is the head of circular economy at the Climate Kick, and she's going to take a little bit more of a broader systems look on the circular economy for us. Cleona, thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Gail. Real pleasure to be here with these other wonderful panelists, and for the topic for today. It's exciting to see this launch happening and following leaders like Finland. So yes, I represent EIT Climate Kick, and as the name sounds, we focus on climate change impact. So meaning, what do we need to do to bring climate change, positive climate change impact, mitigation and adaptation? Circular economy is been a godsend, right, as a tool for being able to provoke and stimulate the change needed at a systems level to have impact on climate. So what do we know? We know that greenhouse emissions are not falling quickly enough. We know we're not doing enough. Even with the renewable energies, switching to renewable energies, we're talking about cutting 55%. What about the rest? We also know with the Circularity Gap Report that we're at 9% of reaching circular circularity potential. So the remaining of that 45% of emissions, how can we do it? Where do we do it? How does the circular economy enable that? So we heard from Gideon about policy. Policy plays a huge part in climate targets, right? And setting climate targets at city to international level. What we do know from studies that have been published, we're talking about Ellen MacArthur studies, material economic studies, is that circular economy has the potential to reduce CO2 emissions from key industry materials by 40%. That's no small deal. What does it mean? It means that we produce and we consume less. It means we're substituting materials. So, for example, we're substituting carbon-intensive materials, or we're substituting the need of primary materials and using secondary materials. Substitution is a huge player in that kind of eco-design and thinking about industrial value chains. In building in circularity principles reduces also our need for the amount of energy to transform, to extract, to transport. So this has a direct impact on, okay, renewable energy sources, but what if we just reduce energy need in general? Thinking about keeping products and materials in use, right? So it's actually very cost effective, but keeping it in use, then we're also linking to CO2 reduction because we're no longer having to produce and consume as much. I want to talk about digitalization too, and what role it plays with the circular economy opportunity, right? As we replace physical services with online equivalents, we're also dematerializing demand and bringing in new types of services and products that require less material production. So all this collectively really contributes to climate targets. I'll reinforce again, it's important to understand the policy principles. So this leads me to my next point, is that when we talk about that circularity gap, when we talk about linking it to climate targets, the systems approach is fundamental. So we cannot just function on, or focus on technology and innovation, but effectively policy. What policy shift is needed? And that policy is linked to not only territorial development, economic development, but financial policy. So what role does the financial system play in this? And how can you use, for example, public spending to inspire, provoke, stimulate tax incentives, for example, changing the way that we are evaluating what we consider bankable projects. At the moment now, our financial system is based on a linear system. So if we shift policy to then change the way public spending is happening, we're switching things like public procurement, which has a huge force in the market. We also need to look at, when we talk about systems approach, we need to look at education, capacity building, upskilling. How do we make sure policymakers, companies, teachers, educators are understanding what the circular economy opportunity is about? How does it affect daily lives? Community engagement, understanding consumers, understanding how to design service and products that facilitate, but also reduce needs for CO2 heavy kind of activity and behaviors. So when I talk about a systems approach, I talk about these non-negotiables. So all of those elements or levers of change need to be considered simultaneously. That's very, very important. So linking back to climate targets, and this is where Climate Geek, we do a lot of this work where we work with cities, regional governments, national governments. It's about integrating circularity into existing plans, into existing strategies, into territorial economic development plans, into waste management plans, into educational plans. So this is very much about, and we just heard it from our example from Finland, but that kind of strategic planning that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight, but we need to be able to be building it in now. So working very closely in public-private partnerships, working very closely with policymakers, government players to integrate circularity into action plans will link directly then to climate strategies and climate impact. Thank you, Gail.
Thank you, Cleona. And our final panelist is Professor Paul Eakins from UCL. Paul is also the chair of the UK's National Industrial Symbiosis Program. So he's got a broad range of understanding on the topic. But Paul, it's also been a pretty tough year for all of us, if not 18 months now. So it's not just about circular economy in a COVID world. So what are your opening thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, what we all hope is that fairly soon we're going to start coming out of our pandemic situation and we're going to start seeing some kind of economic recovery. And the government's mantra is build back better. I have to say I'm looking at the data, not just from the UK, but from the rest of the world as well. And at the moment, there is frankly very, very little sign that countries are doing what needs to be done to build back that takes account of both the climate and the nature crises. So I think we need to recognize that if we are going to address these challenges, and obviously I very much hope that the new circular economy centers are going to stimulate this, we need to have an absolutely fundamental shift. I think Gideon called it a systemic shift. And so far, we are absolutely nowhere there. And as an economist, I find it reasonably easy to say why we're not there. And it's simply because the incentives to move towards a circular economy, to move at the required speed towards a zero carbon economy, are simply not there. So if I focus particularly on the resources and waste side, because that's really what today is about, we know how to shift towards a circular economy. We know what producers need to do. We know what consumers need to do. We know what the waste management industry needs to do. And there's lots of experience across Europe and elsewhere of little experiments that have been carried out that have worked, and which, were they to become mainstream, we might start making a significant dent in the problem. I was looking yesterday, as it happens, Gideon referred to the Resources and Waste Strategy 2018. I was looking yesterday at the Resources and Waste Strategy of the UK in 2007. And to be honest, we've made very, very little progress in doing what needs to be done to move towards a circular economy in the last 13 years. Obviously, I welcome things like the plastic bag tax, but of course, the UK only introduced that after many other countries had, or rather England only introduced it after many other countries had, and it's not going to go anywhere near moving us towards a full circular economy. So what do I mean when I say that we need proper incentives? Well, the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform looked intensively at the whole point about incentives to increase circularity. It identified three sorts of incentives to increase circularity: demand creation, pricing, and regulation mandating more circular products and processes. And we're going to need all those three, and we're going to need them far more dramatically than we've even begun to see introduced by the government in this country, or, to be fair, governments in other countries. We're going to need proper green public procurement to create demand for more recyclables. We're going to need a huge reform of the extended producer responsibility legislation that actually requires producers not only to pay the full costs of their waste management, which is one of the things that's in the Resources and Waste Strategy, but is being a very, very long time coming forward. We're going to have to see far more extensive pricing initiatives, a tax shift from labor to resources, which people like me have been calling for at least 20 years, and where absolutely nothing is happening along those lines. It's still it's still illegal for local authorities to charge households for the amount of waste that they produce. The pay-as-you-throw policy, variable waste charging, as it's sometimes also called. From an economic point of view, that is absolutely bonkers. And yet,
Paul, I'm gonna just have to interrupt. We've got to get some questions on the field, and I think you've already put Gideon. We've got to put Gideon on the hot seat. So why don't we segue from you and come back to Gideon and say, clearly, the circular economy has a lot of potential. We've got a ton of people, over 100 people on today's call, and more throughout the week, the rest of the program. So there's barriers as well. And what's the role of government policy? And how are you going to try and fill some of the gaps that Paul has certainly provocatively shared already? And there are many more. And a question from the audience is how can research like the NICER program help that? I am going to ask you to answer questions quickly so we can go through a bunch. So you can just do a tiny bit of an answer to that, and we'll come back to some more. But over to you, Gideon.
Well, you just asked me 3 questions all in one go. go and then ask me to give a really brief answer. So that's a challenge. That's a challenging thing. On barriers, I think it is important to recognize that in some situations, a barrier is there is not enough in the circle already. And as we move our economy towards green technology increasingly, we do need to introduce some new things into the circle. So cobalt and nickel, for instance, two metals that we almost definitely need more of, perhaps lithium, there simply isn't enough of those around. So we will have to do something that's not circular. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be trying to circularize them once we have brought them into the system. So there is a barrier there. I think there is a remaining barrier around innovation. And this is innovation not just at low TRL level, but taking it all the way through towards market. So you can innovate all the way towards demonstrating that this can be an effective replacement or an effective new operating mechanism for a particular product. And on barriers, there's also a cultural, I mean, ultimately that's the issue, is a cultural thing, and it's a culture through the whole of society, from the consumer to the marketplace to the policymaker, is changing people's thinking about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and what we should be doing, what we're willing to pay for the products and the services that we use, and how we want them delivered. In response to some of Paul's remarks, many of which I agree with, the pace of change is disappointingly slow sometimes. I think we have seen some positive changes recently. I drew on a couple of them, like plastics and food waste, as examples of where we are heading in a good direction. They demonstrate the need for continued policy development. You can't just slap a tax on something and then walk away. You have to monitor and continue to look and move your regulatory environment in consequence. But certainly on things like extended polluter pays and producer responsibility issues, I think there's important work to be done there, which we should move towards quickly. And I think the third area in your three questions that you challenged me with was around the evidence gaps. What I see from DEFRA's point of view as probably two of the key evidence gaps are around behavioural science and behavioural understanding. So this comes back to my cultural point. What is actually going to change the dial in the way people behave? Understanding how they'll respond when you change tax or regulation, and what's the most effective way of doing that is an area where there's more evidence required. And I would just like to big up the space that NICER is in, this program that we're launching. I do think there's an evidence gap around innovation, which I've mentioned already, and a lot of work to do for this program to help fill that gap, and not to overlook in filling that innovation gap, thinking about the cost and the economics. So that's the third area of evidence gap, is really a detailed understanding of the cost of moving towards some of these new approaches at scale.
Thank you, Gideon. I want to move to Laura now. Laura, if you could give one piece of advice to the UK government coming from all of your experience that you have, what would it be? And the audience would like you to tailor that specifically to engagement of consumers or citizens, or kind of the combination of that. So what is your key learning, key advice to the UK government about citizen and consumer engagement?
Thank you. About the citizen engagement, I think that at least in Finland, the municipalities, they have been very active in promoting circular economy and sustainable lifestyles in their own areas, and also connecting citizens with local businesses and other organizations. So I think that is one key, and of course public procurement comes in the picture there as well. And we in Sitra, we have been doing this test for consumers or citizens to showing positive ways to change your consumer behavior in not to make it like a burden, but how you can easily in your daily life just little by little change your behavior into more sustainable way. So I think that that way making it positive is important.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, I want to go over to you, Cleona. I know you've got experience with SMEs, startups, and I think Laura's just said that it's a good way to engage citizens, to link them together. But maybe you can use that as an example of a question from the audience wants you to share sort of one or two, or maybe three, if you can do them quickly, at least two, recommendations to the UK government based on your understanding of systems transformation and the role of circular economy. So what would you say? And is it about consumers and citizens and startups or something else?
It's all involved. That's the beauty of systems. No one gets left out. Everything has to be done and done simultaneously. So it's no small task, right? But if I was specifically giving advice to the government, number one, set up immediately a cross-cutting interministerial working group on circular economy. Circular economy should not be embedded in the Ministry of Environment. It should be cross-cutting. All ministries need to be prioritizing circular economy and embedding it in their strategies, programs, initiatives, right? This is not should not be a standalone thing as a nice to have. So deep integration, which means deep commitment across the board. So cross-cutting working group. Now, secondly, building a strategy. It's fine. It takes time. We don't have time. Build the strategy, but be bold. Start with action as well. Don't be shy. Start building in programs, initiatives today that embed and drive the market towards circularity, right? So as is what we've seen and what we've learned about those countries that started is it takes 3-4 years to do a full-on strategy. If we wait for that strategy to come out and then define an action plan, and then we're 8-10 years down the line, it takes too long. So start building in circularity into existing programs and initiatives, the principles of circularity today. Of course, build in strategy and think about strategy for long term, but moving on wherever we can today. Third, engagement. We've heard about consumers. We know that consumers are important, but engagement is absolute key. So engagement across all types of stakeholders and actors, not just citizens, but also industry players and stakeholders. And engage and involve them because awareness, understanding is huge. I mentioned earlier about when we talk about systems change, the kind of non-negotiables. The capacity building is very, very important. So when we talk about that interministerial working group and embedding it across government actors, the allow time, build resource in for capacity building and awareness. There's a lot to learn from, but it's true what we said that I forget who said it now, but not everyone's a leader like Finland. There's a lot of gap there. So build in that capacity. What we do know is there's a lot of knowledge. So build in capacity building, knowledge sharing to start replicating and spreading that knowledge. Those would be my 3 advice. You mentioned SMEs. SMEs have a tremendous amount to benefit from the circular economy. So if there's time later, we can come back to that and I can give some examples and talk about SMEs. But obviously they have a tremendous amount to benefit from integrating a circular economy.
Thanks, Cleona. Now, Hayatin, if you had a magic wand, what would you like to see happen now? Not just from an engineering perspective, because I would like to get your thoughts on that, but also from a diversity and inclusion perspective. Let's not forget about that. I think that's really important. And it's easy to say that we do those things and then we actually don't do those. But I do want to make sure that we get your thoughts on engineering perspective. What would you like to see happen now, whether it's for the UK government to start or for it's for the businesses to start? Where would you like to see that happen?
Okay, so let me quickly try and do engineering and then diversity and inclusion. So in engineering, I think basically there are 2 big clumps and we've started along our way, but we've got to pick up the pace. As everyone has said, we can't just wait for this to happen in sort of iterative process. So on the education training side, Laura and Cleona have been really clear about how fundamental this is. And there is this movement to incorporate inclusion, ethics, and sustainability into the way we educate and train our next generation of engineering talent. That is very, very resonant with the circular economy mindset, but we need to make that happen faster and more effectively. And then I think the bit that is still less mature is also looking at what's happening in terms of all the engineers are already out there in professional practice and people who are interacting with engineers. So there's a whole piece about upskilling and reskilling there. The second part is how do we get engineers to play their part in helping us make circular economy practices happen faster in the real world, as Gideon was saying. And I think, you know, that's from R&D to innovation to adoption of processes and practices at scale. And so there, I think, you know, that a lot of it's about collaboration, and that's, you know, it's not just so people willing to work with each other, it's actually looking at cultural dimensions, it's looking at structures, it's looking at the tools. So NISA is a really important step forward in actually taking a kind of holistic view of the research and innovation component of that. It has great partnerships involved, and it's also got the opportunity to gain insight internationally, for that to happen across the groups in the UK who are participating. And that's really important because we need to increase our rate of learning cycles. We need to go faster on this. So I think that the last bit of that is the new collaborative tools. So just at the basic level, there isn't really a common methodology for even carbon accounting across different parts of industry. You know, we don't have the language and the tools to make sure that we are operating effectively and smartly. So I think that's what I would say on engineering. And then on diversity and inclusion, I'm going to be maybe controversial. So I'm going to say it's not rocket science. There are many organizations who have fully diversified their workforce. It's not a thing you ever finish, right? It's not like the moment you think, well, we've got this cracked, you will, I'm sure, be guilty of doing something uninclusive. So, but there are many, many organizations in the private sector who, you know, which have gone on this journey, which have effected transformational change. In engineering, we've done on things like health and safety in the past. We can do this. And I think I'm going to be a bit controversial, but in academia, we are lagging behind because there is this reluctance to fully embed diversity and inclusion as a hallmark of excellence, rather than a thing you have to do alongside or in spite of your dedication to excellence. So, you know, there are some you know, established practices. You need great committed leadership. You need someone to be personally accountable for the organizational delivery of change. You need to make sure that you have a clear business case for your organization or your project or your team, whatever it is, that says, this is why diversity and inclusion are part of our collective success. You need to make sure that people are supported with training, with practical tools to help them convert that aspiration into their day-to-day reality across all parts of the organization. You need to measure and interrogate the data. This should be absolutely kind of 101 for an academic community. And then you need to celebrate success, and you need to celebrate diverse faces and voices and the contribution that they make to your organizational achievements, your project achievements. And alongside that, inclusive leadership. Why is this even thought of as a different thing than good leadership? You know, it's at its heart, it's got empathy, it's got humility, it's got a commitment to self-improvement. You commit to being accountable to, sorry for the jargon, leveraging your privilege. I think there are lots of pockets of good practice, but we have to now look ourselves in the face in the academic community and say, we are not where we should be. The differential experience is too great for us to feel that this is excellence. So I'm sorry if I sound like I'm being either naive or unduly critical, but I definitely think we have the capacity to make progress on this at a far more acceptable rate than we have done to date. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I know that Gideon has to run off very shortly, but I'm just wondering if you could give a quick response on diversity and inclusion, Gideon, within government policy to support the circular economy, just before you dash off.
I can. I'd like to, if I could, just respond to one other comment, which was, I think, from Cleona about the need to embed this across government. And to agree that that's absolutely the case. We do need to embed this thinking across government. That is the challenge of government in a lot of areas at the moment. We also need to embed thinking about climate mitigation, about climate adaptation, about the relationship between environment and human health, about the environment, the relationship between animal and human health and environmental health. I could go on about biodiversity. All of these are things that need to be mainstreamed across government. And so I agree, Cleona, but I think I disagree in the fact that the way to approach that is by having a cross-cutting body that tries to do it for all departments. If you don't have someone who's or a department that's responsible for it, and actually it's their job to drive it forward, then it's very easy for everyone just to shift the blame somewhere else. But I totally agree with the idea that this is central, and circular economy should be in the mindset of all government departments. It's not just DEFRA's problem, but it is our problem to champion it and make sure that government acts broadly. On diversity, There's probably little more I can say apart from to agree very strongly with Hayatan's points, which are that biodiversity, sorry, not biodiversity, I'm too used to saying that, diversity in all organisations is critical, not just for the ethical reasons that it's fair to people, but for the help, for the benefit of your organisation, including your government organisation. If we're not tapping into all sectors of society, no matter which group of that society, we are not getting the most from that society. We're not getting the most ideas, the most intellect, and the most from the consumers that we ultimately want to sell these products to. So the whole system relies on making the best use of all the people, and we really shouldn't let any sort of bias get in the way when it comes to equality for people.
Thank you very much, Gideon. And if you have to run off, just thanks very much, and we'll continue. We've got about another 12 minutes left with the panel. There's a lot of questions.
For leaving you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gideon. There's a lot of chats, questions and chats that are happening about how do we not reinvent the wheel? So if we're designing things, we can design from first principles. There's some temptation in doing that. We can certainly learn from the thoughts from both Laura and Cleona, but there's lots of other centers out there. Of course, I'm sitting today in Rotterdam, and I see David Peck's made a comment about there's very vibrant circular economy hubs in the Netherlands, but of course they are also elsewhere. And I'm wondering, Paul, if we can come back to you and just say, you've been looking at so much at the economic incentives. What's your hope about not reinventing the wheel and kind of drawing on all of this learning that's been happening elsewhere? How do you think we can overcome those barriers that way? And do we need intergovernmental agreements on some of these things? I mean, no country is an island, so to speak.
I would love to have intergovernmental agreements on many of these things, but as we've just seen, the movement in the UK, at least, is in the other direction. And we've just opted out of the main intergovernmental agreement that we had. And all the evidence suggests that the environment bill that is going through Parliament at the moment is not going to be anything like a proper substitute for the kind of environmental regulation that we had in the EU. So that is a very, very big disappointment and shows government moving in the wrong direction. I mean, I guess my frustration probably shows through, because for at least 20 years, I've been hearing people at seminars like this saying that we have to accelerate, we have to speed up, we have to go quicker. And in fact, we don't. And I'm quite sure that on current form, in another 20 years will be exactly the same, except that the planetary crisis that we face is not going to give us another 20 years in order to be sitting here in 20 years' time saying, yes, it's time that we did something. And we really need to change gear. And I'm very frustrated that I don't hear government saying that. The thing that was the most inspirational thing for me over recent weeks, was listening to the conclusions of the Climate Assembly. Because there you found 100 people who'd been taken as a representative group from UK society, including climate deniers, people who came into the room and said, I'm not convinced about this stuff, doesn't really exist. They were then exposed over 4 weekends to the climate science and to the policy thinking behind what could be done about it. And their report is simply inspirational. Now, we clearly can't take, one of their recommendations was that we should take the whole UK population through a climate assembly. Well, clearly that is not a practical recommendation for resource reasons. But what it does show is that government has a huge job in communicating the scale of the problem that we face and the kinds of policies that will be necessary in order properly to address those problems. And at the moment, the government isn't doing that. We've seen what kind of communication we get in the COVID pandemic when government really knows there is an emergency. I'm saying that the planetary emergency is as great as the COVID emergency, and we need a communication campaign to match that so that we get the political will generated in the population to tell our politicians to stop doing very little and to start doing very much more.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And anything I think that the NYSER program can do to help would be a huge asset. We've got 8 minutes left. We've got 4 panelists. So what I'd like to do is give each of you a 2-minute close. And I'd like you to think through the idea of what is your biggest hope for what the NYSER program can deliver. And Cleona, why don't I start with you?
Sure. So great question, Gal. I've been sitting here thinking, right? When we think about the NYSER program, what it can set out to achieve. One of the things when you were asking Gideon, what's missing, right? What do we feel the biggest gaps are? One of the things I'm seeing a lot are mechanisms for collaboration. So collaboration is the word of the century, right? If we want to talk about activation, mobilization, and actually making change and not being here in another 20 years saying the same stuff. What I'm seeing is these mechanisms for collaboration and the formats for doing it and the learning tools on what are the best practices is really missing. So that's anything from B2B to intergovernmental decisions to initiating private partner collaboration and innovation platforms, to just even community engaged with policymakers, all those kinds of different interfaces that are needed to be able to bring the mass volume that we need to create that change. We talked about all the different types of stakeholders that are needed and how much awareness building, capacity building, reskilling, upskilling is needed. But if people don't see examples of collaboration mechanisms and they're still thinking in their silo and still thinking vertically, then we're not breaking those barriers. So it'd be really great to see a study done on those kinds of collaborative mechanisms, the different types of formats, how, what the best practices are, what's worked so far, and new ideas, quite frankly, on what collaboration could look like. Of course, policy, financial measures need to support this. So again, pushing for those collaborative mechanisms will then have a ripple effect.
So then basically trying to do that research, and then all the research that the NYSER program does, make sure that it has impact on those that have power.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's
perfect.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you for that, Cleona. Laura, what is your one thing you hope the NYSER program can have as an outcome?
Well, I think it's very important that data is produced from different angles on implementing the circular economy. That will also help the decision making and connections and reflections on different actors. And another thing I would like to point out is the monitoring data on the development of circular economy, so that what are the indicators for measuring the progress? That is also important.
Thank you for that,
Thank you.
Laura. I'm sure we'll be able to tackle some of those things with the NYSER program. Now, Hayat, and there's lots of comments in the chat box that 100% totally agree, diversity is important. How can the NYSER program make a contribution to that, or some of the concerns and opportunities you've highlighted in the engineering space more broadly? So what's your key hope for this program?
Great. And yes, just to say that the points around socioeconomic group or class, absolutely, that is integrated into our definition of diversity and inclusion. And that intersectionality means that you are more likely to have a compound negative impact of being from a low socioeconomic group, and for example, being a Black woman, that you cannot treat diversity and inclusion as about you fit into this box or that box or the other box. So I can certainly say in the discussions I'm in, that is fully accepted. I would say that NYSER is unique from my perspective in that it genuinely is a systemic approach that's being adopted, and unusually it has this direct locus into government because it is part of the Strategic Priorities Fund. So that gives us a great opportunity to try to bring that systems view into the way in which we consider what success looks like and who is going to help us get there. And I think there's a really important timing issue as well, because for all that I think everyone could empathize with what Paul was saying, the world has changed unbelievably dramatically over the past year. And we've all had this new proof point that when the imperative is strong enough, we can do things that we never believed possible on timescales that seemed totally incredible. And that is our lived experience of this past year. And that needs to be harnessed as we think about what comes next. So to me, NYSER is in this very unique moment in time with this integrated approach where you have the research community, the innovation community, you have government, and you have a broad set of disciplines all coming together. So we need to harness that in order to try to make sure that we strengthen the evidence base, we strengthen the connectivity with policy making, we strengthen the pull through of great research insights into practical innovations and applications that then are deployed in the real world. NICER can't do all of that, but it can be a really great catalyst for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, Paul, you started off by saying that we're supposed to be building back better, but the evidence shows indeed we're not. I really couldn't agree more with that, also from a climate perspective. So what is your key hope for the NICER program? What do you think we can do to help resolve that, move that agenda forward, and try to actually shift things in the right direction, given that time is clearly not on our side?
Yeah, well, I wish I had a magic button that I could press to achieve that, Gail. And obviously, as Hayatun said, NICER is not going to do that by itself. I mean, for me, what I hope NICER is going to be part of is a movement within universities, because obviously NICER is within universities. It has good outreach into stakeholders, but it's a university-based partnership. A movement in universities that recognize we've got to start talking to people in a much more inclusive way than we have done in the past. The fact that people like me were able to go up to the Climate Assembly and talk to people for a very brief length of time, they were then able to understand what I said, they were able to talk about it amongst themselves, and they were able to come to an agreement as to what needed to be done, for me was absolutely inspirational. And universities generally do not engage in that kind of discourse. And we better start doing it, because the politicians aren't going to move until the people move in a democracy like ours. And until there's a much wider understanding of what is at stake among people, so that they begin to appreciate that these planetary challenges we have are as gripping and as urgent as COVID, then we're not going to get the learnings from the last year that Hayatun was saying that we should be getting, because people will simply not perceive that the two situations are in any way comparable. And so that's what I hope NICER is going to do, that it will show the way for a different way in which universities relate to the wider society, and we become much more inclusive in the way that we talk to ordinary people.
Thank you, Paul, for that note of inspiration as we end. We are exactly right on time, so I love closing on time, and I'd like to thank all of the panelists. I think they have shared, honestly, some great ideas for NICER. I think, Fiona, you've got a lot of good content, good input, but I have to say it's a challenge. And I particularly would like to emphasize the idea that right from the get-go, NICER needs to figure out how it can have bold impact, even when we don't have all the information and all the science we need to support. Let's get some of it, and let's get out there and try and shift behavior, whether that's from consumers, citizens, other universities, other scientists, and of course the government, both here in the UK and beyond. I think we've got to, get up and go, and squarely on your shoulders, Fiona and Peter and the large team that's related with NICER. But congratulations, obviously, for something that's had huge interest and well over 100 participants on an online program. So that says something to me too. Over to you, Fiona. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Gail, for excellently chairing that session and navigating us through what is a complex and diverse landscape. And also thank you so much to all of our speakers for such valuable insights and some fantastic recommendations and advice for the programme going forwards. I guess we'll see what we can do. So I'm going to move on to our workshop sessions now. So we're breaking out into a number of groups. We have 3 workshop sessions this afternoon, one on influencing the UK circular economy policy landscape, the second, keeping people in the loop, engaging citizens in circular economy innovation, and the third is 30 ideas to kickstart your circular economy business. So for those of you who have selected a group, when you registered, you will be automatically put into that group. However, if you realise you're in a workshop that you don't want to be in, you can come back out into the main stage, and Paul will put you into the group that you want to be in. The breakout groups are now open, and we'll
Hi all, for those who are still with us in this main room, just to reinforce what Fiona said, the breakouts are now open. There should be a button at the bottom of your bar that says breakouts where you can join whichever room you would like. Otherwise, please just type the name of the room into the chat and I'll move you there now. Thank you very much. Hi again. Just to say to Ed and Marcus, you are already assigned to the rooms that you have asked for. So there should be a breakouts button on your command bar at the bottom of your screen, and that will get you where you need to be. Hi there, Jane and Marcus. Thank you for your messages. So, Marcus, if you press the breakouts button, it should get a pop-up that will list out the breakout rooms, the names, and on the right of that name will be a join button, and that is the one that you need to push. Jane, the button should be at the bottom of your screen on your command bar. The button that says breakouts. I can see actually that you have been assigned to a room already as well, room 7. And so you'll need to push that button, that breakout room button, and click join. Hi, Katie. Yes, sorry. I will hop you number 6. That's my mistake because you're a co-host. I have to move you into the first one, and then you'll be able to move between them from there. So I'll start you off at number 6. Hi there, John. I can see that you've joined the main session. Everyone else is currently in breakout rooms now. You can see those rooms on your screen. If you let us know which room you'd like to join, we can move you over there now. Hi, John. I can see that you've unmuted and I can hear some background noise, but I'm struggling to hear you.
That's all right, Paul. How are you?
Very good. Thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, tickety boo. What can I say?
Perfect. Everyone is currently in breakout rooms for the moment, due back at 3 o'clock. Would you like me to move you into a room to join the discussion?
Yeah, yes, please. What room? Is there any choice of rooms, or is it all just relatively random?
Yeah, no, you can have a choice. They should be on your screen now. They are influencing the UK circular economy policy landscape, keeping people in the loop, or 30 ideas to kickstart your circular economy business.
Oh, the policy, please.
Policy, I'll move you there now. Oh, thank
Paul.
you. Hi there, Marie. Thank you for joining this main session. Everyone is currently in breakout rooms.
Yeah, I thought they might be. I've had to duck in and out a bit today, which has been really irritating.
Oh, no problem at all. Would you like me to put you into one of the breakouts?
Yeah, if that's okay. Probably influencing UKCE policy landscape.
Perfect. I'll put you there now. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think most people are back in the room now. Hopefully you enjoyed those workshops. I know ours on consumers and keeping them in the loop was fascinating, with some really interesting insights from speakers and some great discussion. So we have got about 20 minutes where Peter and I'd just like to sum up the fantastic amount of activity that's taken place over the week. So hopefully Peter's there somewhere, can come and join me. There we go. Brilliant, thank you. So I think I'm just going to give a bit of an overview of what's happened throughout this week, and then also Peter and I managed to jump into a few workshops, so we've got a few key messages that came out of those. Obviously you weren't able all to attend all the workshops, but they have all been recorded, and we will make them available on the Circular Economy Hub website and all of the sessions that were run earlier this week, so you won't miss out, and we'll make sure that you will get notified once they're available. But just to recap, as I said, a fantastic week with lots and lots of different activity, different speakers. So this slide just demonstrates some of that. So we had 734 live attendees throughout the week that spanned 7 countries and 3 different continents. We were hoping to reach the 1,000 mark, but we were just under that, but still quite an impressive 939 people, individuals who registered for the event, and an amazing 69 speakers who have provided us with some fascinating insight from lots of different perspectives across the circular economy community. It's given us an awful lot of food for thought. So some of the sessions earlier this week, the week was kicked off on Monday with Sharon Bowley and her team from the Textile Circularity Centre, and they highlighted their user-centred design-driven approach to enabling design, manufacture, use and reuse of circular textiles across the value chain. A number of those important key messages have also been discussed today. And then on Monday afternoon, we heard from Julia Stegman and her team from the Circular Economy Centre in Mineral-Based Construction Materials, and they provided an insight into the options for the sustainable use of construction materials, particularly cement and concrete, and what that means from a policy perspective. And then on Tuesday, we heard from Jin Zhuan. He kicked off the morning with a session from his team from the Centre for Circular Chemical Economy, where we heard from a range of speakers on the important role of science, innovation, and the important adoption of a whole system approach to enable a circular chemical economy. And then on Tuesday afternoon, we heard from Frances Wall, who led us through an afternoon with her team from the Circular Economy Centre in Technology Metals, which inspired a really lively debate around the topics of geopolitics and the importance of technology metals in our future economy, and the need for a coordinated roadmap and future scenarios. And then yesterday, to finish off the centre sessions, we heard from Zhuyong Fan and his team from the Centre for Circular Metals, hosted a session with a number of different speakers outlining the important opportunity that moving towards a circular economy for metals presents us with, and how we need macroeconomics, design, supply chains, and business models to all work together to enable that change that we've heard so much about today. So it's been a busy week, Peter.
Yeah, just try and find my unmute button. Yeah, I don't know about anybody else. I'm exhausted. I feel like my whole life has flashed in front of me today and this week. So as many of you can see, I'm somewhat older than Fiona. So, you know, I'm old enough to remember when Limits to Growth came out in the early 70s, and I was clearing out some books the other day. Not clearing them out, but just going through them. Is Paul still on the line? Paul Eakins. So I've still got a copy of Paul Eakins' book that he edited on the Alternative Economics Summit back in the 70s. So I've been around a long time. And I guess what sort of, you know, the reflection from me listening in on the workshops is what's new and what's different. So in the panel session this afternoon, we've had a discussion about, well, if you look back at 2007 and where we are today, what's really changed, and there are very, very different views on that. So, you know, I keep telling people I go to bed a pessimist, I wake up an optimist on these matters, and the circular economy is a really, really sort of a positive agenda as far as I'm concerned, but really challenging. Do you want me to say a bit about the workshops that I sat in on, Fiona?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, I can't remember which ones we said we'd do, but I've just been in the policy one. So why don't I start off with the policy one, which was a lively debate with 5 or 6 different perspectives from different viewpoints: local authority, central government, chat from regional government, industry, etc., etc. I think 3 things that came across is, one is that the policy space is really complex, but also there are things that are happening now that are potentially, good enablers, and we should make use of those. But we also need to think about what else is needed. For those in England, DEFRA are conducting the waste prevention programme consultation at the moment, so we'd encourage everybody to respond to that. But also we should learn from what's gone on in the past and what's going on in the other regions. So Andy Rees was there from Welsh Government doing some really fantastic work around circular economy strategy. So lots of things to learn from. 3 key points that came out. One was the importance of data. We know all about that when we've been trying to do some stock flow, material flow analysis of our own, just how difficult it is to get hold of the data, not only just to get a baseline, but to do any sort of sensible modelling. That we are where we are, but we need to keep working hard on getting better data, sharing data, and maybe creating sort of requirements for particularly the commercial sector to release better quality data. A second key point is inevitably, circular economy shouldn't be a standalone policy. I think Cleona talked about that in the afternoon panel as well. It's got to be integrated and embedded in all areas of policy. Not as something separate and additional. You might need something separate and additional, but it's got to be embedded and integrated. And then there was quite an interesting discussion about place-based, local, regional sort of approaches to the circular economy, and how can we make circular economy central to place-based policy at whatever scale that's occurring. There was much more, and obviously through the policy cluster that Nikki Cunningham leads. That is an ongoing conversation and discussion around policy, and as part of the future work of the programme, we'll be doing a lot more on policy. So that was policy. Fiona, do you want to jump in with one that you sat in on?
Sure. So I managed to have a look at the SME workshop, which was fantastic, and we heard from a number of SMEs who were already implementing circular economy within their businesses, and so they shared best practice and also some barriers to implementation. Some of the barriers included making financial rewards obvious, metrics and accounting standards, public knowledge and avenues for collaboration. Policy came up in that debate as well, and scaling of processes. So I think with a lot of small and medium-sized businesses, it can be a challenge kind of upscaling that initial idea and moving from something niche to something that's widely adopted. And I think from the SME community, it was felt that they would really like to see opportunities for collaboration. They'd like to see us, demonstrating how we can use the wealth of resources that we already have, how we can share the same vision across the whole supply chain. So that communication piece is really important. And then I think one of the final messages that came out of that workshop was just the action to be brave, to be curious, to map out those circular economy opportunities, and don't give up, to really carry on making those connections and making those ideas heard as well.
Okay, the measuring circularity, a really important topic, and probably everybody would like to have been in that if it had been a standalone. So I think 4 key points that came from that. It doesn't need to be said. It's an important topic, but it's really complex, because circular economy, the way we've talked about it today and over the week, it's multi-scalar. It's multi-sectoral, it's multi-stakeholder, there's multiple definitions, so it is complex, but we as a programme need to define and clarify, what the KPIs are for the programme. What do we mean by a circular economy outcome? How do we evidence that? How do we quantify it? How do we challenge it and critique it? Because that's essential for knowing how we're doing and also whether we're doing the right thing. Secondly, I think the meeting sort of said that there are a lot of indicators and metrics out there already, as I say, in these different different sort of scales. And I think the view was that bringing those together, how do you put those together in a system level framework, a dashboard of indicators, either, you know, at a higher level is really, really important. And that would be a really good benefit and outcome from the programme. And a third point, I mean, there were many points, but I'll just pick another one about the need for consistency and sort of transparency over the indicators. There's a real danger sometimes of putting things together, adding things together, that you might be double counting, you might be missing things out, you might be adding things up in very different units and leading to a false picture or interpretation of what's good, what's successful or otherwise. So that was the measurement group.
Great, thank you. And I sat in on the roadmap workshop this morning, where we carried on from, well, it was actually before we heard from Laura from Citra, but actually we heard from a number of regional and national and international organisations who are trying to implement or have implemented circular economy roadmaps. And I think some of the key messages that came out of that were really the strengths of cities and regions to act locally and quickly, but with the right framework that needs to be set out at a national level. So really for government to set that framework for citizens and businesses to be able to act, but in a localized way that acknowledges the important context that we heard about in the panel today. We had a speaker from Charlotte in the USA who have been implementing some really fantastic ideas locally, and one example that really stuck with me was that she highlighted that in lockdown, the first lockdown, a lot of people were getting takeaways and they were delivered in takeaway packaging that was impossible to recycle, and so they were able to react really quickly to this by implementing what they called filler bots, which was a kind of automated collection service where they could then recycle these plastic takeaway containers into filament for 3D printing of PPE equipment to help with the COVID recovery. So really interesting example of how acting locally can be really effective. We also had some really great one-liners in that session. Just do it. Don't let the size or the complexity of the challenge paralyze you. It's okay to be semi-circular and not all the way circular just yet. And that actually we are the agents of change. It really needs all actors to play their part and to celebrate the small wins, because we are all still on that journey.
Okay, two more to go. I think I hosted the framing workshop. It's a grandiose term. I tried to sort of keep some control. We had three great inputs. We had Lorraine Whitmarsh, I think, who was heavily involved in the climate assembly that Paul Eakins talked about earlier, who talked about the role of language and messaging around climate change, what seems to work, what seems to connect with people. We had Seb Edgerton from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation saying something about how the Ellen MacArthur Foundation frames the circular economy and highlighting that it is complex, it's becoming more complex, the messaging becomes more difficult. We had Lucy from our team describing some of her work from previous work when she was involved with the RSA, the Great Recovery Project, and working with designers and communities and the challenge of keeping things simple, focusing on actions, as you've just described, Fiona. And then we had quite a good and healthy discussion, you know, about framing of the problem. Is it consumer centric? Is it producers? You know, how are we framed? How, you know, the cultures of consumption that we experience and inhabit in our daily lives, often without necessarily knowing. So I think, you know, the whole purpose of the session was to start a conversation, have diverse views. If diversity is a key component of the programme, we then should have very, very diverse views that we should feel confident and comfortable about sort of listening to, working with, and saying, okay, well, what does all this mean for the work of the programme, and an encouragement to take that conversation forward in some future events.
Brilliant. Sounds really good. And then just there was two other workshops, and actually the citizen engagement workshop picked up on a lot of those comments. So really we heard about the importance of communication with people on their level and within their context, and through the medium by which they normally consume information. So we had Matt Winning talking about how he uses comedy to really get those key messages across. Also the role of ambassadors, so linked to the Citizen Climate Assembly and taking people on that journey. You know, if they're on that journey, they're much more likely to take in the facts and remember them and repeat them to others. And then also, you know, reminding us of the importance of education and awareness of circular economy. There's still, you know, a big need for that awareness raising, and what's already being done. So the Circular Economy Club now has 25 different chapters in the UK, and really, you know, the importance of helping people to understand what circular economy is, what's already happening, and giving them the opportunity to learn from others. So some really useful points. And then just finally, the KTN led a fantastic workshop this afternoon on 30 ideas to kickstart your circular economy business. So they launched their 30 ideas tool, which is available to download from the KTN, and really it involves questions to challenge you and your business to envision changes that you could make to become more circular. And they're really keen to expand networks within the circular economy to drive forward the transition and enable the movement towards net zero targets. So a lot of workshops and a lot of ground covered.
Yeah, and just Andy's put a comment in the chat box that I see about working with the devolved governments. We definitely want to do that, Andy, and have tried to have representation from all parts of the UK here today and internationally, and we'll continue to do that, and be delighted to work with you and the Welsh and the Northern Irish and the Scottish government. So, you know, that's part of what we're trying to do. Okay, so what next, Fiona, before we finish? We're coming up to close time.
Yep, so I think we've got one slide on what next and how you can get involved. So as we mentioned earlier, today we've launched a call for feasibility studies. So this first call that will officially open on the 8th of June, when people can start applying. We are offering up to 50k, so that's 80% of full economic cost, towards 6 to 12-month projects. And we're really looking to involve early career researchers and professionals in those projects. And also we're keen to see projects that involve industry and/or government partners, and also research that really complements the whole NICER programme. So you'll have heard perhaps earlier in the week from the centres on some of the research that they're involved with. Would really like these feasibility studies to complement that and to build on that. And so you can find out more from the Circular Economy Hub website. We'd really also like you to contribute and collaborate to what we're doing. So if you have any fantastic case studies that you've been working on, stories, initiatives, opportunities for collaboration and partnerships, data and use cases, please do get in touch, either with the centres directly, or we can put you in touch, or just come to the Circular Economy Hub, and the email address is on the slide there. Also, just to remind you, we've mentioned a couple of times today, but we're running a survey to help us better understand the needs and requirements of the circular economy community. So it's a real way of you having your say, suggesting what you'd like from the NICER programme, some of the events that you'd like us to prioritise, and also representing your sector or discipline. So the link to the survey is there and in the chat. And then finally, we just want to make sure that we stay in touch. You know, this has been a fantastic week for establishing the initial community, but it's really important to continue to build on that. So we have a website here that you can go to. The website's actually being refreshed, so we're hoping that early June we will launch the all singing, all dancing version of that website, which will include all of the videos and details of the events that have taken place this week. We'll also be circulating a newsletter, and we have an active LinkedIn group already that would encourage you to join. So Peter, unless you have anything else, there's a number of thank yous that I'd like to
No, I mean, the one telling graphic from the whole piece over the week for me, Fiona, was something that John Barrett showed in the data workshop, and it shows the material footprint for the UK. Currently, some work that he's been doing for DEFRA. For those who didn't see it, I think it stands at about 1.2 billion tonnes per annum, a colossal figure. And given the way that the economy is structured and continuing economic growth, that is highly likely to increase, even with current trends of incremental resource efficiency. So I think what's come across for me during the week, and especially today, is the need to be bold, ambitious, and to be much more focused on exponential change. Otherwise, we're only going to scratch the surface of not only the material footprint of the UK, but that's going to repeat itself right across the world. And if we think we're in a mess now, think about what it's going to be like in 10, 15, 20 years time. So I think the programme is designed with the right ambition. I've heard a lot of passion, and belief about the circular economy. It's not easy. Everybody knows that. It's complex. And I was listening to Frank in the policy workshop a minute ago about we've got to be bolder, we've got to move faster. I think that's the ambition. So we want everybody to be behind this and to make this work as a program. But as other people have said, it needs to be much more than this program. It's got to be connected to everybody's initiatives, every other program that people are involved in, and find ways to connect those together to make more than the sum of the parts. So that's from me. Thanks, Fiona.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Some really important points, and I think we've heard it from a lot of our speakers that it really requires all of us to take this action and to move now. The time is right, and in the words of Ellen this morning, we need to take the conversation to the next level. And I think the NICER programme provides an excellent platform to do that. So before we leave, I just wanted to thank all of you for participating throughout the week, and particularly today. Thank you to all of our fantastic speakers, to our chairs of the sessions, to our facilitators who have been brilliant. Thank you very much to all of the 5 centres and their fantastic support teams for all of your contributions throughout the week. Thank you very much to Paul and Becky from Mindfully Wired Communications for keeping us all on track throughout the week. Fantastic job. And thank you very much to Emily and Katie from our team at the CE Hub, who have worked tirelessly for weeks now, putting this all together. So thank you very much. Stay in touch, and we look forward to continuing the conversation with you. Bye-bye.